Start the game vid audio. Ah! Hi. Oh yeah, jump into the whatever. Hi. Welcome to Side Effects. It came out today. Can you hear me now? Yay! Came out today. I'm gonna play this for like an hour, possibly 2 hours. Because I got a review code and I was like, oh, they want me to... Interesting. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah. I might also make a YouTube video of this just because I'm just like, hey, they did give a review code and this is like one of the bigger games I've seen. I'm like, huh. Pills. Item tray offers items. Redacted, redacted, redacted. My favorite book. Redact. Accept. Okay. Oh, these are the trial modifications. These are... Ah. Interesting. But take 2. I've seen a couple of people play this game. I haven't played it myself, but, you know, whatever. We have pliers, decrease other patient's shield by nothing. Ends your turn. Oh, that seems good. Destroys a pill or replicator. Gains 2 copies of random patient's item. Cannot copy an extricator or replicator. I don't want the replicator. Okay, is the replicator better than the pliers and the mint? Yes. It is potentially 2 of an item, so it is better. And then is mint better or is pliers better? Mint. I'm just judging based off like Let's Plays I've seen. This game only recently came fully out, so like it is available. It's like buckshot roulette. Okay, so if I remember correctly from what I saw of other people playing this, playing the demo, I should probably specify the demo. These are the possible pills to show up. The shield is like the fortitude, and the heart is a life. If you take too many hits to your fortitude, you use a life, but losing a life is just instant loss. So we have a 1 out of 4 chance of dying. Let's go. But you generally want to... Oh, that could be funny. Hang on, you took the exact same items I have. On the first turn I do, I take a mint. Oh, you didn't take your mint. And then I replicate, and I'm guaranteed to take mints. Okay, so I hope this is a placebo. It is a placebo, okay. Let's see if avoid taking the pill. Yep. Damn it, you replicated the mints I replicated. Frick. Well, now we're just popping mints. Okay. There's 1 placebo and 1 death. Dang it! I lost a 50-50. Okay. You still take a hit to your fortitude, so like... I didn't see what item... This feels targeted at this point. Drug test identifies the chosen pill will damage you. I'll just take 2 of those. See what you have? Swap item. Swap this item for another patient's item. Cannot swap an extricator or another swap item. Wait. So swap... Oh! It swaps the item! So, if you swap with one of my items... Oh, wait, hang on. These add fortitude, but one of them kills you. I'm absolutely gonna test that one. So you could swap for one of my items. Yeah, I'm gonna test this. Yeah! Yay! That was a odd look down. You're gonna swap one of my items. Are you? No, you took a mint. Okay. I'm just like... Sure. Actually, I want to specifically make sure you do not heal your fortitude stuff. Yay! Fuck it. And now you're gonna swap for my mint, right? We're gonna use the hammer. Why not use the hammer? But... Good job. Okay, so let's think about this. We have 5 pills. If I take one, you take one, I take one, you take one, I take one. I'm spinning! So, I would be stuck with a bad pill at the end. I'm gonna smash one. And now the odds are against him. I'm spinning! Ah, bad fear! Ah. Hackies. Heck. I did not math correctly. I shouldn't have smashed. I forgot that there were 2 that take away your life there. Frick. Oh, wait. When did you get goat eyes? Yay! 7 streak. Thank you, Manmare. Replicate. And a mint. No, did you have the replicated the swap, frick. Well, that's okay. You're gonna... Oh dear. Okay, so these have a low chance of being poisoned, but they take away more fortitude. So it's like 5 out of 6 are safe-ish. Time for silly. So one of each is poison. Yes. So there are 3 poisons. I don't feel the safest. If I take... Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm just like, hey God, if you take most of the green, you're gonna die off of pure fortitude loss. You're gonna have to try to take a blue to be able to get away with that. Yeah, so now you have to try to take a blue to heal. But what if I make that a 50-50? Don't kill me. Yeah! There we go. Suck it. It's a 50-50 now. You won the 50-50! You won the 50-50. Why'd you do that? Okay, so you have 2 50-50s and 100%. You know, I'm gonna lose life no matter what, so this is bad. Yeah. Okay, but if I'm gonna lose a life, I should probably take the pill. Like, no matter what pill I take, I'm gonna lose a life. So I should take the pill that I know is safe. Because then you can't take the pill that is safe. Guaranteed. Ow. I'm gonna fail my first time. My first round. I did not math correctly. I forgot there were 2 poisons in 1 round, and I messed up. Yes! Yeah. Oh yeah. I win. Barely. I barely win. Take your medicine. I'm still sideways. Yeah. 12 pills, lost 18. Side effects 20. Yay! Okay, let's see what changes. Oh. Coin flip. Nice. And extractor. And mouth clamps. Okay. So we won with, like, almost nothing, but now we... Okay, decide which patient goes first. Me? I go first? You take a duplicator and the syringe thing. The syringe thing invert shield effect of next followed pill. Oh, yeah, that seems easy. I will take the replicator. And a hammer. But basically we have, like... Actually, like, my first move should be getting rid of the hammer, just so you can't get it, and your replicator is useless. But, like, I probably made a mistake. Oh my goodness. 50-50, dude. Immediate 50-50. Yeah! Woo! And I'm not going to replicate your syringe because you'll just replicate it right back. Decrease others by 1. Ooh. Drug test, absolutely. And mint. And you took a swap and pliers. Okay, so now we have 2 groups of pills. And you immediately duplicated the mint. And you took a tooth. And you swapped the other... Okay. Well, it sucks to be you. I didn't even choose the mint. The game was like, yeah, you just take a mint. And the swapper breaks now. So you just... Yeah. Could you have smashed the poison that it wouldn't have been a 50-50? Yeah, it wouldn't have. But that was the risk I was willing to take. Guaranteed good, I heal some, and now the blues are a straight 50-50. Yeah? Suck it. Take your medicine. You have go eyes again. And you have some more. Interesting. Well, that was fun. Take another. Oh, wow, your eyes dilated. Well, that was fun. Take another. Okay, so my strategy is thus: screw the odds, make the other person drink, they'll take as many as possible. Also, your eyes were goats and then they dilated and now they're pinpricks. Okay, that's the strategy. Screw the odds, make you take as many potentially unsafe pills as possible. Oh, absolutely taking that. You took the replicator, you're gonna replicate it, frick. Players. Okay, so we have the reds. They're the same odds. The blues have the same odds. The greens have the same odds. Yep. Okay, keep track of that one. Aha! Okay. Counterpoint. I'm going straight for the blues. Just like the blues can potentially heal you. So I want to get them off the board as soon as possible so that it doesn't matter what you test. You're still gonna take damage. You don't get to see the results of their test? Yeah, that seems to be the case. Ah, what are you gonna test? You're gonna test another green. You fool. Okay, let's watch it. Oh, you have the vaccine and it heals you. I see. But now nothing else will heal you, so... Also, let's undo what you did. Let's undo your bonuses. I'm taking a red. Please, no. Okay. Wait, is your tooth just on the... Okay, let's keep track of this one. Okay, it's right there. Ah, you took it. Okay, well, the green and the red now have the same odds. So I'm like, I'm just gonna take a red. Don't kill me. Ah, okay. You're taking a risk. Die, please. No! Okay, we have a guaranteed poison, though. We have a guaranteed poison. So it would be possible to bluff that one isn't safe after testing it. Yes, there is a multiplayer mode, so I presume you can do exactly that. You only have 50-50s, sir. Yeah! Oh, wow, you really dilated there. I'm guessing these are the side effects, like the super dilated eyes. It says 13. I want to see if I can figure out what each of these side effects it's tracking are. Oh. That's like, reroll items is unlocked. What is that? Kill tracker, okay. And what are you? Other patient starts with an extra health. Oh my gosh. Extra difficulty. Extra difficulty. Let's go. No! You have a replicator. You didn't take it. drug test, and I'll take the hammer. Oh. Red pills. Oh, wait, I think I remember someone playing a demo that has the pill tracker. Basically, it's like a mini quest you do. Hang on, I'm gonna move. Okay, so take the pliers just to get his teeth off. Yeah. You have a 1 in 3. I have an idea. Bash 1. Test 1. And take 1. Now see how smart the AI is. You'd smash it. Yeah. AI is smart. Ooh. Minus health, but set others' patients' max fortitude to 4. Ooh. Animant. Always make sure they are taking more pills. Okay, so we're both on like the need to take like the blues. He has a clamp. Ah. I've got to do this. Ah! Ow. Yep. Now I gotta die more often. I gotta take the blue pills. Don't take the blue pill. Thank you. Because I'm assuming that this is, I get to heal back. If I just go straight for the blue pills and I manage to succeed on that, then like the deduction wouldn't matter as much. Ow. Don't take the other one. No! Well, that sucks. That max reduction goes for less than... Why did that happen? Oh my gosh, this is bad. I don't feel so good, doctor. Bus camps. Forces other patients to take your chosen... Oh. Frick. That's bad. Okay, but does it skip their turn? Or, wait, they go first. Oh, they took a mint. Thank goodness. That is precisely what I wanted them to do. Okay. Please don't kill me instantly if this is wrong. Yay! Oh, it changed. Ow! That decision made very little sense. Oh, wait, yeah, because you wanted to go for the green, but that would kill you, so you went for the red because your AI is not thinking very hard about this, is it? Well, let me take the blue. Yay. Oh, good job taking your medicine. Good job taking another one. No matter what, you're gonna die from this. Okay. Then I take a green pill. Hope this isn't the kill. Ah, thank goodness I'm good. You're probably gonna force feed me something? No, you're just... Wow. You're... Huh. Okay, well, I gotta take the mint. You're gonna go again. Don't force feed... Oh, wow. Well, that's not the smartest decision to do at this particular point, but I guess that makes sense. I think it's better to do that when you're taking one of the green ones. Don't kill me. Oh my gosh. Okay, no matter what, next pill is gonna kill me. Damn it. Please be the... Okay, it is the killing one. It wasn't the decrease one. There. Why'd you do that? That was a 50-50 risk. What the heck? Oh, wait, you're gonna smash the last one. Frick. Still, why'd you do it? Game was like, you need to... Oh, it's replicator. Gotta replicate my stuff now. Oh, we get these now. Oh, frick. 2 of them kill. 1 of them heals the life. And when... Oh my gosh. I need to test those ones as fast as possible. Oh, wow. I have pink blisters. I have green blisters. Same with you. Okay, test you. Okay, that's a bad one. Test you. That's the other bad one. Oh my gosh. Wait a second. Oh, we are so back. Yeah! Even though that wasn't the health restoring one, we still got health restored. And now you can't replicate. Because I used all my items. And guess what? I get a health! The purple heals you thanks to the counter. Yeah. And then you're just like, I don't want more of this. What are you doing? Okay, I take a blue one, I think. Please don't kill me. Yes! 50-50 with the blue. You know you have to take the shot. Yeah. 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 Let me just take this blue off your hand. Hey. I was about to lose this one. But I can pull out a win. Nice! And the greens will kill you first because I lowered your maximum fortitude. Let's go. Take your medicine. Oh my gosh. Wow, your skin is also all crusty. Oh my gosh. Those are some heavy mutations. Fail quest completed too. Side effects 31. Yep, that looks like 31. Okay, what else do we have? We have Labot. Uh-huh. Shock there. Okay. Heal vaccine. Aha! Yay! Coin flip. Ah, frick. Ah, you took the swap. Well, actually, now that I think about it, you never want to take the swap because then they can swap right back and then it breaks. So it's kind of just, oh, we're not starting on red. We're not start. Huh. Okay, we start on blue. Yeah. My dude. My dude. My wonderful, wonderful dude. Wait. Wait. I'm screwed. I just realized there's no case in which I... Wait, what? I got faked out? The AI just faked me out. The heck? Okay. The AI just faked me out. Okay, we have blue. We have green. Thank you for the pill test. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, no, you're not gonna see what I do. Frick. I was really hoping that testing 3 of them would... Okay, so I know one of these 3 are the... So I'm not gonna take the heal. I'm gonna take a mint. Can't swap out for my mint. Okay, so we both know that one's safe. You're probably gonna take it because you're an AI. Yeah. Ah. You're gonna finish a quest, but you're at full health anyway, so it's like fine. It's fine. You're not gonna get any benefit from that. So it's like, whatever. Yeah, you didn't get any extra. You were at full health already. $50-50 with no sweats. Yeah! Uh-oh. Ah! Uh... sky with diamonds. Yeah. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Oh, you didn't die. Okay, please let this be one of the placebos and not the death. It makes a difference to me, but it makes a difference to you. Frick. But actually, no, that was a placebo. That was a placebo. That was a yes. That was a good. You have a bump on your head now. Oh, you smashed it. Right, you have a hammer. That current. Oh. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. Wait, that's... Hey, I come back down. Unless if somebody can... Okay, can somebody make me touch grass? So... That current to max. Yeah! I'm taking a risk. Okay. Ah! Frick! No. What do you do? You didn't lose any. I'm waiting for you to take a pill so that I can give you shock therapy and have it be like, you know, whatever. Great. I'm at max. Oh, wait, it sets your own to max. Oh, I thought you like me as a balloon. Okay. Oh, whatever, I get one of your hammers and you get nothing. I get green pill on health and you get nothing. Yeah. Spin me. Ah! I'm going in circles. Ah. Ah. I am going to take a massive risk. I'm back here. Smashy smash. Yep. Ah! Risk time, risk time. It's always time for risk time. Frick. Frick time, frick time. It's always time for frick time. Yeah, I know what you're gonna... Yep, just take it. Just take it already. Heck. Do I have Siri Box? I do not. Frick. Oh, this was a really bad turn. Okay, you're at least gonna lose a lot. Nope, you have hammers. You have hammers. You're gonna smash yours. Frick. Yeah. Why do it look like a skinny human monkey? I don't know. It's getting mutated. Why'd you take it? AI, why'd you take it? You have hammers. Why'd you take it? Yeah. Replicator, mouth clamp. Oh, that's bad. And that's the first in the pill quest. Right, start by replicating. Yeah. And I'm like, hey, these seem bad. Take one. Oh, you have two pupils in one eye now. Suck it. Yay! Oh wait, that fulfilled one of your quests? Oh yeah, I should probably... Or I should try to be smart. And be like... Fulfill your next quest at your own peril. Please don't be death. Frick time is always time for frick time. Yes, you can add that quote, Ryan. And now you're afraid to take that one, despite the fact that it's probably a placebo. I probably smashed a placebo, but it's fine. I probably smashed the death one. Okay, this is either a placebo or a death. Yes! And now I bank on me having smashed the death pill. Frick! What are the odds of that? Frick! Well, you can't fill the Pell quest now, so I'm guaranteed to fill. Yes! Guaranteed safety. Guaranteed safety for me to fill the pill quest. Yeah. Wait, no, but then you take that one, I take this one, you take this. Yes! Suck it! I say while my head is stuck in the ceiling. Oh, your pupils have vertical slits now. Well, that's fun. Oh wow, my skin is red and green and all kinds of like tumors are on it. This is pleasant. And you. Oh yeah, you have a hammer, that's right. Frick. What do you take? Replicator and heal, okay. Increase your max by 1, requires hammer to use. Ah. I shouldn't take that one, you'll get it. Because you have the replicator. So, it's just... Oh my gosh, what the heck is... Oh, the purples are... Ugh. The purples are the first one. Okay, well, first things first. Yeah. Second things second. 3 are placebo, 2 are death, 1 is heal. Let's see. Are we lucky enough to hit the heal the first time? Maybe? I can't tell if that's the heal. I don't know. This pill is safe. That's all it says. It's safe. No! It's not the heal. Heck. Oh, that's a pretty hefty risk. And you succeeded. The others are poison on that one. Okay. I gotta take 2 red pills and hope I don't get deathed. Okay. What? Oh. Oh. No! Oh, it's mean! No! Frick you! And your slit eyes! Don't be death. Yes! Okay. We're still going. Take 1 and die. Take what that has an increased chance of die. Yes! Touch cast. Yay! I get to be on the ground again! With my sunglasses. I almost said sunglasses. Okay, so there's 1 death, 1 heal, and 2 placebo. I take that risk? Okay, there's 1 death, 1 heal, 1 placebo out of the purples. Be the death, be the death, be the death, be the death. There's 1 death and 1 heal. You know, this is just 1 death and 1 placebo, so I guess I just take this and hope. Dang it! Ah! Oh my gosh. Yep, you get the health. You get the health. I know I'm dead. I have 1 health. I can't fulfill the quest. There are 2 death pills in here, and you have all the hammers. I could go for as long as possible. Please smash one. Please be AI and smash both of them with hammers. Nope. Nope. Yep. Okay. Oh my gosh. Your skin is looking especially flavorful. Mine is too. Time to die. Okay, that was the first one I lost, so. What do you mean? He looked way more messed up than that. 3 pill quests completed though. Yay. I didn't unlock anything new because I didn't beat that one. Frick. Okay. I go for... Okay, you take... the pill test and whatever the other one was. I did... I take lobotomy and replicator. Take the picture at the end is you. Oh, that's me? Oh, that might be me. Okay. I didn't realize I had to face. Okay, but first we take a replicator. Okay. I start by taking a pill, and then I take the 2 mints. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the play. I think that's the play. You're gonna test. Which makes sense. Don't fake me out now. If that pill is safe, take it. Thank you. I didn't Yes, you can add that. You can add that quote. Pill. Oh, mint. Take another. Yes! Yes! Okay, I'm gonna save the... this is the best part when I actually had to buy... I am spooning! Replicator and ninja, please! The blue pills are in play now. No, I wanted to test... Why didn't you test the blue? That was... Well, you are still an AI. You don't have the best, like, reasoning. Okay. And now I do replicator. Behold my mints. I take a blue. Don't die. Frick. Well, at least I got one on the pill quest. Yes, I know. And then I take one. Despite the fact that I want to... I really thought it'd be worth it with the pill quest. whatever. Your pill quest progress is gonna be meaningless. Because I finished mine. And I've only lost 1 health now. Yay! So now it's red, blue, red. Got it. I'm not gonna get any because I have full slots. Okay, we have purple. We have blue. We have green. We have no red. We cannot do our quest. Okay, but the purple, I don't like the purple. I'm gonna mint. You. You're gonna test. You're gonna be like, hey, is this deadly? And it's green, so it's most likely not. Unless it was? Oh my god. That... Wait, hang on. So, we're just gonna take the green pills now. But... Like... He only needs to take 3 and then dead. Or what if he takes 1, 2, 3, 4? No. 3 and then dead. I take a blue. Oh, that just got bad. That just got bad. What did you... Oh, it's because you need stuff to actually heal. Right. Heck. Nope, you're just... Okay, you are not being smart, AI. Got it. Now you're just gonna take... No. Actually, I do take 1. And then you're gonna take your other mint. And then you're out of options. Because now, you basically have to take everything. Everything on the table is going into your mouth. Granted, one of the purples is a heal, one is a death, and one is a placebo. But yeah, everything on the table is going in your mouth. You the death? Yeah. Okay. I have 1 chance at this. Be the life. No! Heck! Oh, that would have been so good if that was the life. No! Okay, what are you taking? You take the replicator and the test kit. I still don't have a hammer to go with my level. I take you and you. Yes, I know this is gonna give you a lot to work with, but it's fine. Everybody get down! Let's see how bite to eat and some water. Yahoo! Anyways. That is called... I am actually taking my break to, like, make sure I eat, but I'm not delirious. And I'm managed to get groceries today, so I'm like, yeah. Okay, so we have purples, we have the yellows, the freaking yellows, and we have the greens. And we need red, blue, red, so that doesn't matter. Touch grass. First thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take this, take a purple, so now 3 out of 4 will heal me. Of course, now I don't have a count as to, like, what's actually happening. You're just gonna test. Why are you testing the green? That gives you the least information. Like, testing the green gives you the least information to work with. Like, come on, come on. Yellow. Ew. I got lucky. And you're still testing green. Like, come on. I mean, now I know the other 2 yellows are, like, not okay. Yeah, congrats. There might be 2 deaths, 1 death, 1 heal, but no matter what, there's 1 placebo, the purple. So it's not guaranteed that you're dead. But, like... Well, actually, no, it's... Maybe the reason for the green is that if they do learn which one is the bad one, then it's learning about the most pills. True. Frick! I did get rid of one of the poison ones. Doesn't matter. Take your medicine. Why? Okay, I know that one's death. I know the 2 yellows are death. How much health do I have? I have 2. Heck. I might be screwed? Oh, I'm probably screwed. Frick. Please be a death? All death. Every single pill on the table is death. I lose. Game over. Not sure if that's actually the best bet, though, yeah. Every single pill on the table kills. Unless if I somehow did a miscount, but, like... Yeah, it's game, it's game. Oh, wow. That was me. Holy cow, look at how swollen the jaw became. Oof. Okay. This particular one is like other patient starts with an extra health is it's kind of difficult to work with here. You start. Okay, cool. Cool. That's good. That's good for me. You take a hammer and a hammer. You take 2 hammers. Okay. I'm gonna take you, and I'm gonna hope I get a hammer. I'm going to hope I get a hammer later. Blue. Okay, we start with blue. We start with blue. Isai? This might be the worst for me because, like, I just. If this is a death, okay, I'm fine, but you're just gonna smash it. Yeah. Dang it, no hammer. Take a testing kit and a swap. Take 2 testing kits. Oh, wait, you have a hammer, frick. No, no, you have a hammer. Can I use this without a hammer? Or is hammer used? Well, I don't think you choose what swap, so it's a 50-50. On whether, like, you get the thing. Oh. Oh, yeah, of course you are, because you want to go for the gold too, but, like, I'm gonna succeed? Dang it! You get to choose, that's right. Ow. Okay, but we do know that one's a death. I'm taking your hammer, though. I'm testing it. Good to be certain. Yes, it's safe. Well, safe-ish. My fortitude's still gonna go down, but whatever. I appear to have veins on my hands now. Yeah. Eat. Good. Hey, if you take the blue pill, you can continue your quest. Oh my gosh, I did that. Okay, cool. Well, the next one I take doesn't matter. Well, it matters to you. Ha ha. So I know exactly what I have to do. Smash a green. Take a green. Now you have to take the death pill. That's right. Ha ha. Okay. 3 even. You take pliers and a replicator. Of course you do. I have an idea. Okay. Swap the replicator. Replicate. Sure. Sure. You know what? Okay. Okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah. It's all swaps. Oh wait, you just finished a quest. Frick. Well, it's okay. I wasn't gonna finish that quest first anyways. There was no way for me to do so. Okay. Might as well start by taking a blue. What's their chance to die? I did not. Yep. 1/5 chance to die? Those are decent odds. 50-50 chance to die for you. Yes! I absolutely live. Right. I should take one of these just because of the quest. 1/3 chance to die. Oh yeah. Now if I start the next one, I can finish the quest if I have a pill checker. And I get lucky. Because the yellow pills are the most annoying to deal with. Oh. It's a 50-50. No matter what I choose, it's a 50-50. Frick. Oh, thank goodness. We have a guaranteed death pill on the table. Yes! Okay. And you're taking it. You're taking the guaranteed death pill. Oh. Ah. But we're both still dying, frick. It's fine. It's fine. Ow. Okay. But now you only have 1 life. And I have 2. Yes! You got a testing kit. And a hammer. Please tell me I'm going first, or else I just made a really bad decision. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Wait. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, look at my resistance. That is very high. Also, I'm taking your thing. And I'm making sure you can't get anything good from the swappy swaps. Test the yellow pill. Bad one. Let's see. I'm gonna smash a green. Take medicine. This isn't gonna help, but this is to keep it out of his hands. Okay, I either break even or I get one. I break even, okay. Down, but I gain 1 back. Okay, I broke even. Pink. Overall, perfectly fine. And I take this just so you can't have it. So now it's a guaranteed death pill. Yeah! Holy cow! Well, yeah, of course I was missing an eye. I did a thing. Wait. Did I stick the lobotomy stick into the eye socket that I removed the eye from? Oh my gosh. This is a freaking... Oh. Okay. How come that's such what I lack more? An amplifier. Okay, I don't know what that does. Prescribed pill. Interesting. And centrifuge. Okay. I have one last thing to unlock. And an extra resistance. Ah. Max mode. Let's go. Hello. I go first. How are you doing today? Hey, you take the stick and the amplifier. I don't know what that does. I could take shock therapy. Prescribed pill. Spawn the placebo pill of the next pill on your pill tracker. Fascinating. Okay, so we have blue. That's it. Double the effect. Oh. Oh, I see. Well, here's what I can do. Please be death. Okay, I get to have you test out 2 of them, which is good odds for me. Ah. Well, statistically speaking, I had you take 2 of the 3 pills and I took 1 of the 3 pills. It's just, you got lucky. You took a thing and you took pliers. Okay. I take test and pliers. Okay. We have the blues. And we have the green. No! No! Ah! How can you look so... Oh my gosh. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, I'm not finishing the pill quest in time. I'm just... Oh. I know the deadly one. But yeah, he would take the green one right here and would finish the pill quest, so it's like... Yeah. Of course, the smarter move in this case would have been used to amplifier on the blue, but he doesn't know which one is evil, and I could be faking him out, so it's like, it's whatever. Yeah. Please be the death. Please be the death. Yeah. Granted, the green pills with like my lowered resistance means it is basically death no matter what for me. No, wait, no, I didn't want you to take the death. I wanted you to get the regular placebo because then, oh. Well, it's okay. I'm gonna die here, then you're gonna have to take the evil pill, so it's fine. It's fine-ish. Ish-ish. Okay. Now. Wow. Okay, what do you take? You take the vaccine and the testing kit. You take the testing kit and the heal? Okay, blue, 1 and 3. Green, red. Okay. Here's what I do. I test one of the blue. 1 out of 3 chance I get it right on the first try. Yeah, didn't get it right on the first try. So now, Monty Hall problem, I change my answer to another one. Frick. Well, at least I know which one to kill. I know which one of those kills now. Just... I guess I try to continue pill quests. That's my chance to get ahead. Don't take the good one, don't take the good one. Aha! Okay, so they're probably gonna die when you finish this pill quest, but yeah, finishing the pill quest is worthwhile. Frick. Frick. It's really bad for me. You won the 50-50, frick. Won the 50-50. Okay, I think I lost this one. Is it exactly Monty Hall problem? No, it's not. But I like saying that because it sounds good. Death, 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 death. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, you're going all in. Please be the death one. Please be the death one. Be so funny. What are you doing? Computer? Hi. How are you? Hello? Why did Epic Games Launcher just... I've closing Epic Games Launcher. Why did you open? Hi. I think it froze. Hang on, let's see if I go back to main menu and go back in. Oh, just starts me at the beginning. Okay, I think it froze there. Like, that was a failing run, but it... yeah, it's still this 6 lives and 6 reasons. Frick. You start, though. You take the pliers and... Oh, you're gonna shove your eye down my throat. Frick. This and... This is... Yeah, I gotta do that and then that immediately. Ah. But now we have a 2 difference in resistance. And I have a detriment. Frick. Please be the death. Wasn't the death. Okay. That was the death. Holy cow, this is such a bad start. Okay. Okay, so you take a hammer and an amplifier. Test kit. Guess a mouth clip? Or, I guess, a prescribed pill. Yeah, prescribed pill, because the blue is always going to be good for... Yeah. Okay. Don't take the prescribed pill immediately. What I do is I hope I get the hammer! Yes! Okay, then here's what I do. I test. Okay. That is good. Now I smash you. Well, no matter what, I would have smashed a bad one and a good one. Just so you can't finish your pill quest, huh? But I take you. Suck it. But guess what? I have the prescribed pill! Ah! Yay! We are now on even footing as far as health is concerned. Please don't be death. You can't. Ah! Oh. It's so bad. I mean, at least you died too, but frick. I just... frick. Ah. Okay. So far, no good. I just... Do I... Yes, I do. Ow. Another eye I have to regrow. Frick. Okay, but now we're not quite as far apart on resistance. Oh my God. We're both missing an eye. Okay, you take pliers and testing kit. Okay, what does this do? Let's shows a tale between placebo and death? Ah. But I think I might have to take vaccine. The vaccine might be necessary. Vaccine might be necessary because I have such low resistance. Okay, we have blues. We have greens. We have reds. I am decently certain that I could finish the pill. Yeah, no matter what, I could finish the pill quest and can't. Okay, that's a safe one. I was kind of hoping that would be a deadly one so that I'll know the other 2 are safe, but still. Your eyes are so wide, my dude. I take the death blue pill, I'm gonna break even. Maybe I should have saved the tester for this round, frick. Whatever. I'm either break even or I'm above. I'm above! Yay! Oh my gosh. I'm hanging on for dear life right now. Oh, the reds are okay. We got the red death. Nice. That is fantastic information for me to know. Thank you. Goodbye. Of course, you're gonna take a red too, but like, I get to take 2 safe red pills. You only get to take 1, so like, I get more benefit from this. What it's going to come down to are the greens, and I have the vaccine, which, like, I'm gonna use immediately once I start taking the greens. Please take the death green. Yeah, okay. That. Take green, hope it's not death. Frick! No! Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. Well, I know the rest of the greens are okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. 1 life, 5 resistance versus my 2 lives, 4 resistance. No matter what, I am taking another death pill, so it's gonna be 1 life to 1 life. Yep. That makes sense. You wouldn't take the death pill on your own, because then I would win. And that would be too easy. Okay, what I'm hoping for on this is I'm hoping to get, like... I didn't. I was hoping for a drug test and mouth clamps. Drug test and placebo. Well, the prescribed pill. Okay. Of course you do. Evil. Evil one. Evil one. Be an evil one. You amplify the effect of one of the others. Okay, okay, hang on. Hang on. This might be good. So this one versus this one, you're gonna take this one. This one we know is evil. You amplify... Hey. Okay, Debs, I found a bug. I found a bug I replicated. It's just the enemy AI uses the amplifier, and then they don't do anything. They're done. Okay, so you took that in. The enemy AI just uses the amplifier, and that's it. They're done. I'm not a fan. Okay, let's take a random item. We get that. Okay, cool. Let's choose a pill between placebo and... Let me think about this. This is... Hang on. Okay. This is a thing. So, here's the idea. Let's think about the math. If I choose one of these straight up, there's 1 out of 3 chance of me dying. A 2 out of 3 chance of me taking one of the good ones. Easy enough. If I do this, then there's a 1 out of 3 chance of the same for him. What if I flip? Hey, let me think. I gotta break out a calculator for this. This is gonna get a lot fast. So, if I flip you, if I flip 1, there is a 1 out of 3 chance that I create a life and a 2 out of 3 chance that I created death. So therefore, that would mean, hang on, maybe I don't need a calculator. If I flip one of them, that creates a 2 out of 3 chance that there is a death on the board. That there are 2 deaths on the board. So, with a 2 out of 3 chance that there are 2 deaths now on the board, I would feed it to you with a 2 out of 3 chance of death. So, but it's a 1 out of 3 chance it's a life, but if it's a life, then none of them are dangerous anymore, and I could safely take them. Therefore, the answer is I flip and I feed it to you. Either this has become a nothing of a round, or it has become an extra deadly round. That's a nothing of a round. Well, why are you testing it? Oh, wait. You not know I flipped it? Yeah, it's safe to eat, my dude. Oh my gosh. Okay, you took the thingy, so I don't take this because that would be catastrophic. Take this and this instead. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, that was a nothing of a round. Okay. I do this. I do this on you with the understanding that now blues are extra dangerous. Or not dangerous at all. I don't know. And then... Wait, you get to replicate my... I take this... And I eat it. So it did turn deadly. So there's still 1 death pill in there. There's a death pill in there. Okay. And you're going to take those odds. Because you're gonna blindly pursue the pill quest. Frick. That just... Okay. Please be the death pill. No. Yay, it wasn't the death pill! You have to take a death pill now, my friend. My not friend. My nemesis. Oh. You had one too. Okay. I am hoping. I want to complete a round with everything unlocked. But in order for that to happen... Okay, no amplifier. There's no amplifier there. Okay, we have green, blue, and red. You have the prescribed pill. Oh. You get guaranteed safety. Congratulations. Well, at least now I don't have to worry about using all my items on the first turn so that you don't get access to them. That's good. You know what? Make your life harder. You're gonna take a blue, you're gonna finish a quest, but... it might kill you. And you might... No, you're gonna break even no matter what. Ah! I just realized, you're gonna break even no matter what. Because you're already at max health. Whatever. Whatever. 2 yellows as well. 2 free yellows. Great. Great. Just great. Just great. Oh my gosh. It doesn't matter how much I'm saying, like, these are the odds and this is what's best for me to do. If my luck sucks, then it doesn't matter. Optimal decisions don't change a thing unless... if your luck is horrifyingly bad. Oh, thank goodness. Wait. I thought the greens were safe. Wait, did you take a blue? Did you take a red? I'm assuming you took a red. And you didn't take a green. Okay. Well, at least you get the death pill. No, you don't get the death pill. I get the death pill because you have the prescribed pill. I lose. Yep. That's... Yep. I feel a little bit of frustration. Um, if I had just lost, I'm just like, oh dang. I had goat eyes. I had pointed ears, nice. If I had just lost, then I'd be like, ah, yeah, you know, it's fine. But no, that is after a couple of rounds of the game going through and being like, I'm gonna break. But yeah, that's a relatively it's day one, so that problem being discovered day one and the developers being made aware of it is like, hey, no, but you took him down before. Oh my gosh, woo, woo. Game, give me a swap, give me a swap, give me a swap. Don't take an amplifier. Actually, you don't have something to like switch the effect, so it's like you're not gonna use an amplifier. First pill. Very first one. That is hammer. Right. I was hoping hammer. Hey. I have a plan. Relatively silly plan, but I'm like, hey. I'm gonna amplify you. I'm gonna amplify you. And then I'm gonna take you. And we're gonna do a little bit of off the cuff, like, testing. Just see if, like... Ah, so you can take amplified pills. Granted, now I have to take one, but I think my resistance is low enough that I was gonna die no matter what. Yeah, it's low enough that I was gonna die no matter what, so Ah! Okay. Swap her! Oh, I can save it! I can save it! I can save it! This can be saved! Okay. We have greens. And we have reds. Okay, just as long as you don't use the amplifier, it's fine. Die? No. Swap. With the amplifier. And we use it immediately. So now there's an extra big green pill out there. And it's just like, okay. And I also just like take out a tooth. Because screw you, that's why. And I'm testing. Ah, I now know all the red pills. Nice. Okay. I think this one in the middle is the extra big green pill. Uh-oh. Losing track of which one I juiced up is a little bit of a bad sign. That's not the best situation. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Please don't be the juiced up one? It's not the juiced up one. I don't think that was the juiced... Oh, the juiced up one seems to be the one underneath? I want you to take it. You did finish your quest, though. It's all blues. Okay, but I don't care. Go with your juiced up one. I mean, I knew I was gonna die no matter what, but still, I have to hope it's not the juiced up one so that the other guy can still take it, because it's gonna impact you more than me. Yes! There goes all of your resistance. Wait, what? Why was there another death pill? I thought there was only one green death pill. Wait, did you take a different death? Yeah, obviously you do that. Okay. Pick the replicator. I cannot take the amplifier. I cannot. It is a ridiculously bad move on my part to take the amplifier right here, because we know that the AI using the amplifier breaks the AI. Okay. Thank you. That's gonna help immensely. And do this so that you can't use it. I did not fully realize what I was doing by taking that, so yeah. And don't be death pill. Okay, now I don't have to worry about the others. I just... Yeah. This is gonna be our life for a little bit. Please take a death pill. That could be a death pill. Just... You keep winning these 50-50. I keep losing these... Oh, oh wow. I look like I've got mold. Okay, one more. I like this game. It is a ton of fun. I would highly recommend it, although that is coming with the grain of salt that I was gifted the code by the developers. It is a ton of fun. I hope they fix the problem with the amplifier. Because the problem with the amplifier is a bit... Oh. And a prescribed pill is basically just better mint. Like, with how I can use it, it could be better mint. Oh. Oh. That one's safe? Yes. You are gonna hammer. Well, I mean... No, you're not going to hammer. Ow. But you're not going to hammer. I'm taking my medicine. Do it. Yeah! Ah. Ah! Please don't allow green pills to set. Okay, what do you have? You have to swap. I hope your swap grabs my mint, because then I could try to replicate it. Get two. But because we're against each other, it's just... It's... Oh, you're just completing the quest. I was hoping that was the death one. Uh... Well, let's see what we get. Hammers! Smash one of your precious screens, yeah? Frick! Oh! Wow, that was... That was the best move for me that could have possibly happened. Thank you. Thank you. That was the best move for me that could have possibly happened. Of course, I'm probably gonna die. Yes! Okay, I'm fine. Okay, if this next one doesn't kill, I'm taking your hammer. Yeah! Okay, cool, cool. It did. It did. It's gonna start soon, and once that goes, like, I'm holding myself to a rule that I have to leave immediately. I'm also taking the hammer anyways, but like, yeah. Oh, I can have it guaranteed safe. Guaranteed safe. Great. You have a guaranteed safe as well. Everybody get down. Let's see how protect this. Hi. Sorry, took a little bit. Ah, dogs. Ah, dogs. Okay, anyways. Spinning. Ah. Give Tuck a green. I forget what my strategy was gonna be. Oh. Oh, frick, yeah. Oh, dang. I have to take a blue. Because, like, if I took just the red right now, I would use a life. You're taking blue. Ah. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. And then I do a placebo pill. I just go, haha. Yay! I gained a health. Now you. Like, once I'm done here, I am absolutely going to submit, like, a bug report to the dev saying, hey, if the enemy uses an amplifier, like, they stop moving entirely. That's not good. No, it was a death pill, frick. Oh my gosh. Of course you do. But you're already max? That seems like a smallish bug, all things considered, but it's a small bug, but it's reliably doable. Okay, let me think. If I smash this and take this, then you, me, you, me, you. It is in my favor. Because I know the last one is the death pill, so, like, it would give, like, roughly even odds that you or I eat a death pill out of the greens, and then... Wait, you have a placebo. I keep forgetting about the freaking prescribed pill. You know what? As good a time as any. Take the prescribed pill. Don't be death. Okay, cool. It wasn't the death pill. I'm dead, but it wasn't the death pill. So you're gonna take a... Well, I'm dead anyways, but you know. It doesn't matter. But I can be petty about it. Yeah. I'm allowed to be petty about it. Okay, let's see what I look like. Missing an eye. Not a lot of mutations, it looks like, huh? Side effects 20. I don't see 20 side... I mean, I guess the head is more bumpy. Something I've seen on, like, the other person going against them is that, like, sometimes the side effects override each other. Like, you get a slit eye, but then you get a slit eye in the other direction sometimes. And then that gets undone by, like, it dilating, but that can also be undone by, like, it, like, contracting. And so, like, some of the effects can, like, just counteract each other. 3 red pills. Start with the placebo and the heal. You get goat eyes right off the bat. Dang. Hang on, let's see if I can get something. Not the worst. Granted, I would have rathered the other one, but you know, it's fine. If you leave me with a death pill, you didn't use your thing. Okay, either this kills you or the other thing doesn't kill me. It killed you. Perfect. Exactly what we want to see. Yeah. Hey, you have no. Don't take the replicator. Okay, you didn't take the replicator. The replicator would take my abundance of items and turn it against me. So the replicator was probably the best option for the enemy to take, but the enemy didn't take it, so I'm like, yay. Yeah, okay, you're gonna get the pill quest, frick. Ugh. Fine, you can have the pill quest. Okay. I think I do this, followed by this, because the first one is green, and the placebo of green takes away 2 resistance. But I took the vaccine, so it gives me 2. I mean, of course you do. Oh, frick yeah. And then this one isn't a risk at all. Either I get -1 resistance, or I just, like... or nothing happens. -1 resistance, and then I do the same for the... No, I don't need to do the same for the next one. You made sure of that. Ha! Yeah. Oh, your eyes are a bit... They're not looking the best. Okay. Each time it stops for a little bit, I'm worried that the enemy is just like... Okay, so... How do... Okay, I take it, because otherwise the enemy's gonna heal. Oh, good. I saw an amplifier, and I saw it wasn't taken, so that's good. Okay, I take this and this. Oh gosh, you took that. Oh, that's really bad. You have red, blue, and green. Okay. Yep. Here we go. I'm glad you didn't heal, though. Otherwise, that would have just been free. There's nothing I can do to stop you from fulfilling that pill quest. But what I can do is play the odds. Wait! No, I just realized I flipped the green and it's probably gonna kill. That's the play. That's the play. No, I wasn't thinking. Well, I didn't get punished, but still. I didn't do the right play. I skip. I think I skip here. I'm just gonna wait to see what the next pill quest is. Yes! You broke even. Broke even on the pill quest. You didn't get anything from it. You died on the pill that you got a life back from, so you just... It's all... I hate those odds. I hate that. I hate that. Do it. Die. Yeah! You got 2 deaths. 2 deaths for the blue pills. Because of what I did. Despite the fact that I did the slightly wrong move there, it's fine. Is there still a death pill among the reds? No, you took the death pill among the reds, I remember. So now there's a death pill. Good. Like, I know that it's good to wait until, like, it's a game of chicken. Take the heal cure when, like, the chances of you being given, like, the death pill is high. I wonder, like... Guessing? Death pill? It could end? Okay. If I take the placebo, I will die, but I will win. If I take the death pill, we go into another round. Yes! Wait, no, never, but you have the heal cure. I forgot about that. I wanted the death pill. Frick. Never mind. Heck. Okay, you didn't get an amplifier. That's good. Did I take these 2 so they don't have a hammer? Neither do you. Purple, the blue, the green. Okay. Here's what I... Yes! Let me convert to green. What? Oh my god. Kidding me. I converted the death pill? Out of all the green. I converted the death pill. Oh my gosh. I just gotta look at your face. You don't look too healthy. Well, let me just finish out the blue pill quest, I guess. Death or not? Yay! Net positive. Now I can force feed you the other one. No, you're gonna force feed me. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. I wait until you take a purple pill in your pursuit. I forgot! No! You had to swap! Don't use it immediately. Nope, you use it immediately. Heck. Guess what, sucker? I don't care. Give me your placebo. I'm finishing a pill quest. I'm not finishing a pill quest. You're finishing a pill quest. Frick. I should have taken it. I should have taken that one. Oh my god. If I lose, this is entirely on me. Please heal. Oh my god, I did. Ah! That was also death. Frick. My hands look messed up. Your hands look even more messed up than mine. Okay. Okay, there's no amplifier over there. We're fine. We're fine. Don't have an amplifier. Like a mint on heal. Okay, the purples are especially just awful. How the frick would the centrifuge, like... You took the one safe one. Which is actually perfectly fine by me! Because I get to heal. I have the health advantage now. And I mean, you can centrifuge it. I have a chance? Okay, hang on. I know you have the centrifuge. If you were being smart, you'd centrifuge the yellow pill because it's death, and then you basically get a placebo, and then you get extra health, and then you'd be one more up. So I think what I do is that, while, like, the centrifuge has the possibility to get rid of the health here, despite the fact that, like, taking the centrifuge to the purple is, like, the option I think you should go for. If you're not going to, like, do this one. I think I take the yellow, tank the death, finish the pill quest. And, like, cut you off from finishing the pill quest. Because honestly, I think what you do is you centrifuge the purple. That's what you do. Okay. Okay. Purple, purple, yellow. Okay, you can't finish the pill quest. Okay, so now... Now I just want you to eat as many pills as possible. You took a yellow, you didn't centrifuge it. Yes! Ah! Holy cow, look at me. Oh, that don't look good at all. I have a massive bump. My like missing eye turned into a crater. My grin seemed weirdly stretched. Like, I have a big bump on the side. My remaining eye is completely blank. There's no pupil left. Imagine getting rid of both your eyes. I don't imagine to do that. Okay, anything special gifts for like... Nah, okay. Okay. Ah. Item tray offers items and reroll... Okay. Okay, cool. Ah. Added side effects. Yeah, just because I'm gonna try to be professional about this. Oh yeah, I did say one thing. I did say one thing I would do. Well, first of all, OBS has to actually output my ears. But for me to go and just say, "Oi, developers, there's a glitch." Yeah. Oh, actually, somebody already did it. Every time player 2 uses the amplifier, you can't do anything in the game, can't pick up pills, or move items to etc. Setting you don't have to start. This happened 4 out of 5 times again tonight, every time the NPC used the amplifier. Yeah. Okay, somebody already... I'm getting head patted. So this was awesome. This is freaking awesome. I had a lot of fun with, like... I had a lot of fun with, like, side effects. Hey. I want to play this multiplayer with other people in the future, but until that point, I'm just going to put... Here's the link to it. I got given a code. I wasn't told to do anything other than, like, here's the game, please review it. I'm gonna say, it's kind of unfortunate about the bug that soft locks you. Other than that, it's actually really good. I can't wait to go through and play the multiplayer with somebody. It is going to be awesome. All that being said, one thing I'm gonna do, main menu. Let's see what the multiplayer looks like. Host, join with lobby, join random, quit multiplayer. Okay. Okay, that's what it looks like. Let us go on to the Focus Friday. Yeah. Okay, I have changed the category. Okay, we are doing Focus Friday now, which is just... I'm not done with the stream. It's just like, that's the... I got gifted a code. The embargo lifted today. We thought we were not ending. We're not ending. Frick. I'm gonna take a look. Well, something I do, which I shouldn't, but I do, is I take a look at, like, what the average viewership and the overall viewership for a given stream was. And I have got to see a massive drop there because I might have accidentally insinuated I was finishing game. Not the best. Not the best thing I could do. Give me a second. Up controller. For once, the Focus Friday poll didn't tie. Yeah, it didn't. It didn't tie. It was bug. For anybody who's curious, like, in case it wasn't obvious based on how I talked in previous stream, speed is Sonic Frontiers, climb is Peak, maze is Shadow Labyrinth, and bug is Silksong. In first place at 4 votes was bug. And second place with 3 votes was speed, and then climb and maze tied for third. Yeah. I do also want to say something. I have recently gone through and made sure to do a thing, and that thing is quite simple. What? Right now, be back in a second. Okay. Right now what I'm trying to do is, get my controller to connect. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I got the final paycheck from the haunted house job I did. Which is good. It's good that I got a final paycheck. I am using part of that. Like, most of it's going towards just rent, which makes sense. Kind of what happens. But the rest of it is mostly just going towards, like, a controller, like, a way to keep my, like, microphone connected all the time. Have to make stream better. Silksong had a majority, not a plurality. You got those terms backwards. Had a plurality, not a majority. Yeah. More people are okay with Silksong than anything else. Where am I? Oh, I'm over here. Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. Do I have Silk Eaters? No. Well, good thing all of my rosaries are... Well, a lot of my rosaries are just stored. So, I'm not the worst off right now. Uh-oh. That's bad. Ah! Frick. Ow. There we go. Yeah! Whee! There we go. Use the wind to my advantage. Ra-ta-ta. Yay! So, yeah. I am not the most worried about my rosaries right now because I have most of them stored. Ah, frick. So the major source of frustration with this game is, like, not as bad this time. Headpats. Yay, thank you, baby. Oh, and I should have updated the name of the stream, the title, and the category. If it didn't update for you, please double check. And if it still didn't update, please let me know, just so I can, like, actually make sure it is the right thing on my side. an extra over here? Ah, frick, it was, wasn't it? Where's the anime? Oh my gosh. Titles, Focus Friday categories right. Yay! Thank you. I do not want to insinuate I'm still playing Side Effects, because that is not what it says. I also don't want to insinuate that Team Cherry knows who I am and gifted me a copy of Silksong. That feels like it'd be a dangerous thing to insinuate with how popular Silksong is. Frick! Oh, this is bad. This is also very loud. Oh. I survive if my dad works at Nintendo. Oh, yeah, it absolutely does. Like, here's what I'll say. I fully plan, once I go through and finish up the stream, I plan on going into, like, the side effects portion and just, like... Ah, frick. Either making a shorts or just editing it to be a video for my main channel. Because I don't know, that's, like... That it's published by Future Friends, who also made, like, they published, like, Clover Pit, and, like, this is the game that some bigger, like, some bigger creators have been playing, and I'm like, I got gifted a code. I kind of want to, you know, make something of it. I don't always make a video of, like, whatever I stream, but I want the motivation to do it again. And I can afford to do it in between of, like, my 1, 2, 3, 4-ish big projects happening right now. I have a lot of things planned. I might have bitten off a lot. I don't know, Ryan, well, almost everybody knows about one of them. Everyone who watches my streams and has heard me complain. A bunch of people know about a second one. Very few people know about the third one. And the fourth one is just an idea in my head that I haven't quite figured out if I'm gonna do it all. Oh yeah, 4 possibly plans, and I'm taking on a 5th of, like, hey, I'm gonna make this video thing. Game. Game. The funny parts can be good for shorts, yeah. I hope people found me playing that game funny. I don't know, it feels like when for a little bit of time, I was like consistently trying to make shorts. And so I had a better sense of like, this is gonna be a joke, this is gonna be a joke, this is gonna be a short moment and all that stuff. And then I stopped for a little bit, kind of fell out of practice with it. A lot of things in my life went, eh. But I no longer have that sense. I don't fully know if some of the stuff I do is funny. Yeah, there we go. What do you mean that's not a thing? Game. Game, why no secret if secret shaped? Why no secret if secret shaped? Why no secret if secret shaped? Should have gone for the rings like in Sonic. We're not playing the speed game though. We're playing the bug game. Oh, hi. Those enemies are not the worst. Dang it, ow. But ring's good. I mean, yes, ring's good. But I'm not thinking about that right now. You know, out of everything, it just doesn't have the same ring to it, you know? Same ring to it as the directions I have been going, as the clown wanders aimlessly. Boo. Oh my gosh. I hecking love just slipping puns into things and just being like... There we go. I love slipping puns in and just having people realize it's a pun. It's like putting down a landmine. A landmine, and when they experience it, they just go, well, that blows. Eh. Of course, it is a little bit sad when they don't get the pun, but it's fine. That's not the pun and only thing I'm worth for. I'm useful for. There we go. That's the word. Yeah, but no secret. Why secret shaped? Some people don't sweep hard enough for them. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Of course, in that case, the delight is all mine. Oh, nice. I got the crest nut. Nut. Okay, what do you do? A furred seed from center of a corpora cluster. Still the taste, but strong once grounded. You're another food thing. I got it. Okay. Whenever I find that quest, I will be prepared. Prepared for whatever the food quest is. Up, frick. Peckies. Okay. We got nutted. Nut. Okay. This might be one of the strangest things I could say. If not secret, why secret shaped? This is gonna be one of the weirdest things I can say. Right. I already went down. Then I went up? Wait. Does that make sense? Ah! Oh my gosh, I'm safe. I'm also Cloud. This is important. No! I'm no longer safe, but I'm still Clown. Ah! But one of the weirdest things I could say is that, like, let's see. Would this be okay? Yeah, it'll be okay. I'm not big enough that people would begin to raise a fuss. I am okay with the idea of, like, people nutting to me. Like, that is one of the oddest statements I can make, but I just think about it as like, yeah, it's just like, okay. It's a confidence booster. It's like, it helped me a lot to hear that. And I just died, frick. I mean, if it were something I was constantly blasted with, I'd just like... Give me a second. I gotta have a drink. Give me a second. There we go. I have some flea brew. There, just go. Gulp. There we go. I had a drink. You'd understand others not feeling the same way about people nutting them, though. Yes, absolutely. Like, it is a high. It is heavily dependent on how the person sees themselves. That's one. Two, though, is just like, for some people, it's been a case of like, they've been harassed with that kind of like attitude throughout their life. And having that like told to them that others nut to them, it's like, that is distressing. And in a different case, like, you know, if they were told, that would be TMI, and that would be, like, extremely awkward. Since, like, they don't see themselves that way. And having somebody tell you that they see you that way is a bit, like... Well, it brings to mind everything about, you know, being seen as a sex object. Sometimes it can come off as a weird pseudo, but yeah, that too. It's like, you're afraid of what they'll do to you. But for me, it's like, I have the veneer of the internet on my side. I have a persona online, and I like being able to feel the confidence. And there's a degree of separation that wouldn't be there for, like, somebody who's more popular, you know? They may try to tell me, but gotta make it weird for both of us, yeah. It's like, I suppose one of the things I could say about it is that in the wrong context, it is absolutely like, it comes off as someone laying claim ownership over you. Like you are theirs to do as they please with. But I don't feel like I have a community that would try to claim ownership over me. And if they did, well, I have friends who I could turn to for help. I suppose a different big aspect of it though is that like I've had like threats online and people harassing me online, but I haven't had people go and say my personal address online. And that's a big thing. I think if I had that level of... Oh, hi! If I had that level of just, threat against me, I would feel less comfortable about it. Fair greetings, Chakra. In these drifts consumed by crust and sand. These caverns have returned to nature, but I see evidence of bold structures buried throughout. The shells of the builders rest in a tower above. A grand tribe they seemed, and strong fires I'm sure. Alas, they exist now only as hardened husks. Lament, child-wielding needle. We lived too late to match their claws. Yay. I have a map. Got purchased the last of my mapping stock for now. I have yet to, like, Oh, dang, this area's not as big. Well, that's probably because I haven't investigated it too far, but still. Wait, is this? Yes, it is! Yay! Yay! But yeah, there is the additional part of, the degree of threat I've gotten hasn't extended to the point. Yeah. And what people do hasn't gone past the amount of harassment I've gotten for being transgender on the internet. Which is unfortunate that I have to say that as like a very solid thing. But it is a very solid thing. I have committed the crime of being transgender while on the internet. Okay, let's check the map. It's right over here. Ah, frick. The level of threat I've experienced hasn't gotten there yet. If it does, I hope I'll be ready. But more than that, I guess I hope I won't change too much as a person. Not in a negative way, at least. Let's check the map. I missed the part I want to get to. Ah, the goose honks. Oh, I accidentally put down a spike. That's fine. Ow! Ow! How dare you! Rude! I mean... Oh my gosh, I almost hit it again. I'm getting the, getting my progress more solidly into, like, an area that I'll get back to. Before... Ow! Before I die, and then I use my, my cocoon again. Oh wait, I can do this. Dang it! That was close! Okay, let's go. God damn it! Aha! Ah, frick! Oh, isn't that pleasant? At this point, I'm decently certain that, like, I'm getting close to a bench. It's like, it feels like I'm getting closer to a bench. I guess I hope so. Otherwise, I'm gonna point to, like, the problem this game has consistently had, and that is, improper, like, checkpoint placing. Like, you can claim everything you want about difficulty. That is not an aspect of difficulty. That's just convenient. Like, there's the one game that said the difficulty changes are how much damage you take and how many checkpoints there are, and I'm just like, cool. That's actually a really good way to do it. I still hold this not difficulty. Not really. But, like, at least there's an option for, like, more checkpoints built into that one. We can see. If only there wasn't a boss entirely. I've been booped! I've been booped! I've been booped. No. Frick. Why do I have to fly directly in my path? Directly along the path I needed to go. I mean, I should have turned around, but I didn't, so whatever. Gotcha. Ads are gonna start in a little bit, and like, I'm sticking with my determination to, like, take breaks. Consistent breaks, so I'm not, like, overextending myself. Which means that I want to make as much progress as I can before, like, a break hits in, like, a minute. I haven't gone down here yet, have I? Please be bench. Please be bench. Please, 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 please be bench. This feels like boss. Please don't be. Please be bench. Please be bench. Where am I? Ah. It's shortcuts. Get the shortcuts! Yay! That helps a lot. Okay, I gotta go break for a little bit. You already did, you just missed it. Yep. Well, yeah. I'll be back in a little bit. Break time. Because I am forcing myself to take breaks. Ah! Hello. I'm gonna sit here for a second. It's like ads are still playing. And like I went through, I let dogs in, I refilled my not water. Oh. Hang on. I just got a message. Yeah! Give me a second. Oh, Steam. Alright. Wow. Okay. Wa da da da. Yay! I don't remember being able to go up here, so must it's the path open thing did. Yeah. Words hard. Emotions hard. Booba soft. Please more booba. Ah, frick. I messed that up. Dang it. Come on. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can do it. Yeah! Up there! Secrets! Or, wait, I missed a thing. Ah, frick, it's in this area? No! Frick. Okay. Yes, Ryan, you can add that quote. That is technically a lesbian quote. Frick. That is technically a lesbian quote. No, I missed it. Okay, whatever. Oh, wait. No! That's the universal quote. Not to people who are not into that. If you're not into booba, that's not a quote that pertains to you. If you're into booba, sweet. Ah! Oh! Okay, where the heck are the remaining? Oh, there's that one. That one's left. Sometimes I wish I had 2 massive hitboxes on my chest, yeah. Without, yes. Unless you're into man boobs, then they're hard. To be fair, you can have very, very hard girl boobs as well. Some trans people have very, very hard girl boobs. And sometimes it's not a question of like gender or whatever the hormones in your body are. It's just a matter of like, hey, you work out a ton. Sometimes that's how it goes. Frick. Hey! My primary goal of, like, getting the flea is finished. I just need to explore the rest of this area and then get the final flea. Or what might be the final flea. I think it's the final flea. It could be the final flea. It's the final flea! Oh, anyways. Ow. Oh, there it is. Easy enough to get. Whee. Brrr. Oh, yeah. Okay, what is this area? This appears to go into a different area. Bench! Heck. Ow. Whatever, I can get bench. Whee! Hi. A simple key. I got a key. It's not an ornate key, it's a simple key, but still. It is. Oh. Okay, you ran a redux with the count quotes with boob, chest, or lesbian. I got 11. Anything else we should count? Girls? Girls. 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 Yeah, you know what? Girls. Like, if it's me expressing love for girls, that's pretty lesbian of me. Oh my gosh. It's blasted steps done. Hey, for now, I'm having a lot of fun. Yep. Okay, I know what I have to do. I see all the extra things, but I'm like, hang on. There are secrets. Aha! You are a new type of enemy. gotta do enemy time. I'm taking a shower. I'm no longer secure. Okay, that doesn't... No external magical girls required. That also... I really have no quotes that are just... I love girls, deal with it. This distresses me. Stinky. I'm just happy to have a tongue. Oh my gosh. Frick. Well, that's not... Yes, yes, you can add. Please, please, please add that one. Please add that one. Okay, what's down here? Ow. Ah, this is how I get up. Now that's how I feel getting up. Frick! That's okay, I can go. Stop. Come on. Any quotes that are just women? Women are awesome. Dang it! This is gonna be tight timing, isn't it? Okay, let's do this. Okay, I failed, but let's try again. Ah, frick. No, this is women or women who... Oh my gosh. What? But I drink my respect women juice. I also drink the women juice overall. I also very much would drink women if I had the chance. What were you talking about? Oh, right. I need more women quotes. Ah! That seems suspicious. Haha. Thank you for the silk, Team Cherry. Thank you for the silk. I drink my secretary. I also drink my woman juice in general. Yep, that's a good one. Hydrate, you got it. Yummy, 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 yummy. There's stuff up here. The shortcuts! Eh. I can't fly. Did I kill the other one of you? Heck. Ow. I have potentially made wrong decisions here. The structural integrity of the ceiling worries me. That boss. Oh, I'm over here. Wait. No! I'm not in prime. Take advantage of the shortcut. I just opened up territory. Did you miss the confirmation? Yeah! I'm like, yeah, you can have that quote. Yes. Hey, man. Hey, gun. Yeah. I am grabbing an easier place to go from. I'm also much more used to traveling through blasted steps at this point, so, you know, having this bench that serves as a better shortcut. That bench serves as a better shortcut because I don't have to travel so freaking far. Despite the fact that, like, I still have to travel a fair distance. Yeah. There we go. Slightly better place to go from. That was a good shortcut. Oh. Hi. That was a good shortcut. The bench placement still isn't the best, but like that was a good shortcut. The shortcut that makes getting back here a little bit better than it would have been. So I can get more used to this boss. Right. Go from... I keep on expecting you to go straight through, but when you come in from above, you seem to stop and spit. Go for that boss. For that boss, you seem to stop and spit when you come from above, so when you come from above, I guess I back up a little bit. There's 17 quotes matching boob, chest, lesbian, girl, tongue, woman, woman. 17 out of 275. 6.2%! Approximately. Yay! It's higher than, like, with just lesbian. Which is obvious. That is how math works. This game is so silly, it's silly, and I love it for that. Well, I mean, this game in particular isn't silly, except sometimes. Sometimes Silksong is silly, but it's not a silly song. Yeah. I also keep dying over there. Okay, let's see. Nope. Die! Okay. Let's see. It could be not the safest place to be with me underneath it. Ah! Dang it. Oh, you can't. No! Man. I have the butter. I'm okay. Ah! Ah! Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Aha! Aha! Ah, you move. Oh. Frick. Ow. Ow! Oh, that was... I got lucky. Huh? Ow. I tried to heal right where the boss spot. Why did your butt do 4 damage to my face? I'm pretty sure that one's a Silksong one. I'm pretty sure that's a Silksong one. Yay! Gabe, what are you doing? Gabe! It wasn't game, it was my controller. Controller? Controller, are you dying on me? Your replacement doesn't come until later. Don't get a replacement until so much later. Should be doing 69. I think 69 was a different quote. I think 69 was an entirely different quote altogether. 69 was something about like, yeah, you expected it to be 69, huh? Game. 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 Oh yeah, I'm as horny as I want to be. Game. Okay. I tried hooking up a separate controller. It refuses. It refuses a separate. I'm just... Frick. No, don't do this. Please, game. Game! Okay. We are gonna save. And quit. This is his 50th quote and is indescribably silly. Okay, saving and quitting. And then I'm restarting. I'm now at the restart. It should go through and say, oh yeah, that's how this is supposed to work. And then work. No, no, that is the exact wrong energy, Bedbeer. That is the exact wrong energy. Heck. Heck, 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 heck. Okay. That is the exact wrong energy. Heck. Huh. We have controller connection. Oh my god. I swear. I don't swear. But I don't swear much. Sometimes I swear. Mostly I swear when it's funny. Hey. I am getting a replacement controller. It'd be fine. I'm getting a couple of replacement things. And if these problems persist, it's a problem with my computer, which is what I'm afraid of. Yes, you can add that quote, Ryan. That is really good quote to add. Yeah. Whee. Let's do this. Hi, Conchfly. Ow. Dang it! It came out of the side. Not as easy to dodge. Frick. I dived under you. That's not good. It's not imminently good for my health. None of this is imminently good for my health. Especially not the getting skewered part. That's really bad for my health. I'm pretty sure if I asked my doctor would recommend to not get skewered. Okay, so, like, we have reached the point where, like, just getting to and from the boss, well, getting back to the boss is a bit, like, it's a bit of a trek, but it's not an onslaught of, like, dangerous. We'd be going around the same distance either way. It's just this way is a little less dangerous. Dang it. Ow. What if I throw this? Ow. Whee! I thought you were being faster than that. Frick. I misjudged your speed. I overestimated your speed and it put me in a bad position. Dang it. Ah! Ah! Are you there? Don't you dare hurt me! Don't you dare hurt me! Baby, don't hurt me! Don't hurt me no more! Uh-oh. Oh, this is second phase. Frick! Let me just send up my minions to deal with your minions, please. Ah, frick. Hackies, hackies! I've tried to hit a minion, and I failed. Okay. Okay, so that it might not be the best idea to... It might not be the best idea to go in and be like, ah, yes, send my own minions out to deal with your minions, because they seem to be temporary. We'll see in a little bit. Once I run out of mask shards to actually deal with that strategy again. Also, it's time to save everything. I saved everything. It's not gonna go. Okay, Nightbot? It's fine. It's fine, Nightbot. Ah! Wow. Hello. Ah! I can scream too. Ah! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, nope. Right. Okay, doing good, doing good. Nope. Ow. Aha, I dodged it. Whee! Ow. Frick! Peggy! Ah! Heal. Stop hiring your children! Give them, pay them a fair wage! No, no, like, child labor, please. Ow. Ow. Ow! I'm not big fans of your children. You should still pay them a fair wage, though. That's just good. That's good, like... That's to be a good, moral, upstanding employer. Are you a good employer, Conch Shell? You're Conch Fly, not Conch Shell. Are you a good employer, Conch Fly? Shell. Conch Shell works better. Frick! I jumped! Ah! Ow. Oh, that's not good. I'm getting closer to death. Do they have a conscience is the question. That is true. That is true. I would argue with that. It appears no. They are employing children. Yay! I win. Wait, step away. Just in case. The question of safety. Why do you have a damaging thing right after? Bench, please? Bench, please? At Water Source and Coral Heart, our Lord born last to rule. Heal, please. Oh, don't be a boss fight. Conch Cutter. Yes! Bench. Thank you, game. Thank you, game, for the bench. I don't think there's any other secrets here. They're dressed somewhat similarly to the ants. At least they look somewhat similarly to the ants. Yeah. Nothing there. Aha! If not secret, why secret shaped, game? If not a secret, why is it secret shaped? Ah. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense as a quote. Hey, but that's... I mean, looking at this area, that seems pretty just done and dusted. There doesn't appear to be a lot more, unless like around that bench there's like an extra thing, or like in that center area, but other than that, it's like, there doesn't appear to be a lot more to this area. That's the extra thing I have here. Eh, what's the new thing? Eh. I got conch cutter. Spiral weapon fashioned from a hardened conch spire. Thrown on an angle, it can ricochet and catch prey off guard. Okay. I feel like I am taking more and more substantial steps towards just like finishing up this map. And it's like, I don't know. This map feels suspiciously complete. Other than the fact that I have a simple key and I don't know where that goes. This map feels suspiciously complete. There's a door I haven't been. I mean, there's that one thing in the Whispering Vaults. Okay, there's a thing in the Whispering Vaults. There's that down there. I think that requires a complex key. I think a complex key is needed in Deep Docks. Yeah, it seems pretty close to done. Huh. I have to go back to Biowater. Okay, Biowater. This time. Go to Biowater, we get the flea. If it's not the last flea, then we know there's more. Ah! And there's an achievement for getting all the fleas. It might only be given when I go visit the flea circus. Like, what might end up happening is I go get the last flea. Wait. I just remembered a thing about this area. Heck. Hackies. Okay, the thing about this area is you want the Wreath of Purity on at all times. Just... particular area is so many maggots in it! Ah! Like, there's so much water, and the water is full of bile. And all that bile is maggots. So, yes, it is bile water and it's full of maggots. You remember the right ways to go. Or not remember, I have a map. I just need to follow a map. Eh. Ah. Okay, but I have done so much exploring. Miles and miles and vile. Miles and miles of vile, 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 miles of vile, vile. I just got... Oh, wait, no. It finished downloading thing that Kalis asked me to download, so I did. Ratata. Ah. I forgot about you! I forgot about them. Okay, let's see. Okay, I go up to the left, and then I can loop around, and then I can get the flea, and then I can go back down, get the bench, and then I can go back up and see about finishing the boss. That I was, like, very upsetty spaghetti about last time. Yeah. I missed the thingy. I was trying to be awesome, but no. Awesomeness doesn't exist for me. If I'm not cool, I'm something else. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm just remembering the conversations we've had about, like, cringe being, like, my argument for the base emotion of, like, discrimination. Wait, is that a Bench sign up there? Did I miss a bench? Oh. Lots. And lots of maggots. Okay, there's a lot of maggots in that area. I don't like it. But signs point to me having missed a bench. And if I did miss a bench and it's a lot closer to the boss than I thought... That's not closer to the boss than I thought. Oh, right. This bench is gone. It doesn't exist. It's just a... This bench doesn't exist. I forgot. I forgot that bench doesn't exist. Okay, so I just go over here. Okay, I heal. Get my second silk. There we go. You're almost at the flea. Okay, and if it doesn't give me the achievement right away for the flea, that's not necessarily like a sign of like there are more fleas. Okay, somewhere around here. Oh, right, you. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay, just look for secrets. Okay, I don't think I see any more around here that I can reach. Unless if some of the secrets is like bounce off their head to get like extra height somewhere. I don't know. Okay, not there. Hello. What do you think about this flea? Am I going about it wrong? Oh, there we go. Ow. Hi, flea. Oh. Okay, I didn't get an achievement, but that might only, like, be given if I go to the flea circus. Otherwise, there's a possibility that there are more fleas. You're about to say I'm getting closer. Nah. Go all across to the right. Here. Hey. Yay! Okay, so looking at everything overall, I'm just like, we've... It feels like I've done most of the map. I don't want to have, like, visited every single part of the map yet. But it feels like I have. Dang it. I was trying to save as much as possible. Yeah. And with all the stuff about, like, I've probably visited most, if not all, parts of the map at this point, yeah, I'm gonna have to just suck it and do this. Dang it. Oh my gosh. Heck. Oh my gosh. Okay, at this point, I'm going back to the freaking... I'm going back to the bench. Not worth it trying to take on the boss with only 3 health. Okay, so... This is like... There we go. Save as much of that reef as possible for the boss. Maybe I'll reach a point where I don't even need the reef. If I could just avoid touching the maggots at all, then, like, I could have something else to cook to that slot. Well, only taking 1 damage is fine with me. It's fine by me. Ah! Okay, that's slightly less fun, but I'm still okay with it. Oh my gosh. I remember why I stopped trying this boss. I remember why I stopped. Because this entire distance, every attempt. And then it starts with the gauntlet. You don't even start with the boss. Hopefully I can get this done fast, so I'm not, like, doing the back and forth too many times. Back to try the boss again too many times. Uh-huh. Oh, thank goodness for the dice. go. Full health. That's good. Oh yeah, I remember this. The way you deal with that is you basically just go up. Heck. I took a damage, but that's not the worst. I took 2 damage. That is getting worse. Frick. I've taken a lot of damage. This is pretty bad. I haven't even gone to the boss yet. I am on my last health. And I died. This boss. Just like, I don't know. It's fine. Like from the little I fought it, this boss seems like I could do it with a few tries. It's just. If you gotta do a gauntlet, have a bench right before the room you're gonna enter in from. And if you're not gonna have a bench right before the room you're gonna enter in on, don't make it a gauntlet. Like, pick one or the other. Otherwise, you're just adding in a lot of time wasters. And that detracts from the amount of time you're actually playing the game versus just going back to a challenge. Just waiting. Damn, taking damage. Let's add to it. I'm gonna pause. And that's pause. Yay! Got like 20 seconds of advertisements left. I'm just sitting here being like, advertisements. Yay! Giving myself the restriction of having to. Kaboom! Yes, I've heard stuff repeat, and I'm like, something seems off. I don't know if people have heard stuff repeat, but I've heard stuff repeat, and I'm like, Anyways. Back to game! Yeah! It should help my gaming skills have eaten, at least. I've been nomming. Nomming on a good sandwich. And that should be helping my gaming skills. As it turns out, when your brain has food, your brain can think. But when your brain doesn't have food, your brain doesn't do thinking. It does struggling instead, and you don't want your brain to start doing struggling. Oh, frick. Go over here. Whee! Frick. Come on close to me. Thank you. Come on close to me, please. Yeah! Frick. No struggle codes. Ah! Well, I mean, I'm a regular occupant of the struggle bus. You'd think I would have a code or two, but apparently not. The struggle bus does have my freaking flyer ticket. Alright, I guess that's a struggle plane. That sounds much worse than the struggle bus. Welcome to the struggle plane. The struggle to stay up. Oh no. Oh yeah, that is horrifying. Hey, we're about to... Wait, not yet. No boss yet. Yeah! What about the other addition to Struggle Bus that came up before? Ah! What? You kind of have to explain what you mean by that, because my brain is like... I don't understand. Other edition of Struggle Bus that came up before. Ah, frick. Oh, right, you. Yeah, that's right, go away. Oh, frick. Right. Just keep my distance. Ah, peck. Ow. Okay. Why? I almost ran into... I did run into something. No, you don't. No, you don't. Ow. Up. Heck. A word formed by adding a suffix to struggle bus has come up before. This suffix was also applied to the middle of Limbus Company. Yes. I mean, to be fair, I'm not too surprised that track the second sentinel by the markers of the near. I could do that after doing that. I was just like, wait, I have a quest. Broken iron. That was a cosmic silk. I'm just like, hang on. I should replace the magnetite brooch with something else because I'm not using it right now. Then its grip, I guess? Bolt vessels, plate. Pin pillow! Oh yeah, I remember hearing somebody say that the pimp pillow is actually very, very good against like this boss. There we go. Do you know the way? I do not know the way. Did you know that suffix was named Word of the Year for 2022 by the way? Ow. 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 Oh, fit for the queen. I don't know. One that goes well with bus. The bussy? Limbussy? Are we talking about Limbussy here? Limbussy Company? Suffix ussy, yes. That's... Huh. That's kind of funny, actually. Frick. Ow. The new Dawn IDs intro. I didn't get it. I tried pulling for it a few times and I'm just like, I wasn't able to get it. So I'm just like, dang it. And I suspect in Limbus Company, the particular season is coming to an end enough that like, I am not going to get it. Oh, right. That's another project I have. Just writing fanfic. Right. I forgot that was a project I'm doing, too. Ending soon, as they announced a new one, yeah. Well, we'll have to wait to be able to get that identity. Wait for like a couple seasons, actually. Just like... What it'll be like season... We're at season 6 right now, so it'd be season 8 when we're able to get that identity. Just... Like, yeah. Ow. This is such a... That was bad. That was a bad run. That was a bad run. You can get it randomly in pulling, or if you have shard boxes, you can use those. I accidentally, like... I wasn't thinking about who I was using the shard boxes on, and I used them on Audis. Because I was like, get it up to 400! And then I got Audis up to 400. But the thing about Audis, I have over identities already! Ah! I mean, at least I got an ego I was missing, but still. That did not feel the best when that happened. Autism moment. I mean, Audis is a great character. Especially it's like, yeah, she's brown noser. We're just waiting for like the traitor moment when it's like, ah, yeah, she's been planning to betray us all along. Like we're waiting for that moment. Kinda suck. But we're waiting for that moment. I'm just imagining the fan base's collective like when like Alice will finally be like, I've hated you this entire time. I thought you've made some really poor decisions and you've been awful at running this company, and like we'll just be like, yeah, we know. We know, it's kind of obvious. Your brown nosing didn't cover that up. It's kind of suck and be sad however they do it, but still, like, it's a surprise it will not be. Ah, frick. I was hoping that would take you out. I was hoping you'd take each other out, but you didn't. That is very annoying. Please take this under consideration for future engagements. You know, take each other for a date in a movie. Stop going all the blind dates all the time. Even if it's only like a friend date, still hang out with your friends. What if it was like for something really trivial? Maybe Odyssey is secretly above Regalius in the hierarchy, and it was a test or something. No. I'm just like... If there's one thing I could say about like everything with Audis, it is not a test. If Audis was above everybody secretly, Audis would not act the way she does. I think she'd be a little bit worse. And also, she wouldn't have stuck with everybody to this point. And wouldn't have engaged in the let's kill everybody for fun at the beginning of the game. No, there's 69 on this railway. I mean, I failed to get it on this railway, but like, it is just railway 1 again, and there's no like turn prize, so I'm okay with it. Ah! Hi. Ow. Ow, I already took way too much damage. Damn it! Oh yeah, oh that, oh my gosh. Yeah, but it's still funny. Yeah, fair. Oh my gosh, the bombs work well. I just have to actually win. Now it's time to go back. Yay! That was like 2 seconds of fighting the boss. And now we go back. Like, I took damage, frick. Not that big of a deal, I can heal, it's just annoying. Dang it, I thought I would hit that. Ah! I tried to be fancy about it. Yeah. Nope, you dare! Ah! Frick! Thank you, dice. Heal that little bit of damage. Because there's not a lot of use to just sitting at full silk. Every hit is potentially more silk. Ow. Yeah. Okay. I think a big problem I have with this particular boss is that, like, it takes a while to get here, and then when I get here, it's like I have to go through the gauntlet again, and then by the time I'm facing the boss again, like, it's harder for all of the stuff to stick about, like, how to fight the boss. I don't know. That's what I've been feeling. It could just be I haven't had a lot of attempts, and then I'm like, I haven't gone to get good part of the Cha. Get good. Ah. Okay, let's go. Boop. Followed by boop, boop, boop. That frick. Nope, not good. Ow. That was really bad. Okay, I got some health back, so that's good. As long as I don't lose a lot of other health, I'm not the worst off. Yes, okay. That's... Do that so I don't lose my mask before the boss even begins. Maybe the real difficulty of this boss is the fact that there's a gauntlet before it. Like, if there wasn't a gauntlet, maybe I'd have won already. Well, I mean, if there wasn't such a huge time waste in front of it, I would have won already just because I would have gotten more attempts in. Well, I'm not the worst off as far as health goes. Hi, Grohl. What? I was... Ow. Ow. Uh-huh. Are you kidding me? You saw me throw the bomb. I threw the bomb. Yeah, this is... God. Keep diving into the water, so poison doesn't matter as much. So get rid of the poison. Call it pouch. Vector band. Maybe. Sawtooth circlet, maybe. Long claw. I'm going long claw. Wait, right. There's not even a profile banner. Yeah, there's not. It's just... A free loop! Yeah! Basically, if you could just finish the Refraction Railway Buckgack. I'm like... I like the Buckgack. The Buckgack, like, the hard version of the chapters has been good. It's like, hey God, this is what I like. And it also feels like a good excuse to, like, refresh yourself on some of the story. And, like, moments where Project Mood is saying, hey, remember this happened. Remember this is a thing. There's still potentially a blood fiend who's just, like, camping out on the W Corp train. You know, whoever escaped on the seat that was supposed to be the Warp employees. But, the entire, the entire deal with like the railway bucket and just like that's I don't know. Like I've said this over and over again. I've wanted them to give you the ability to just do the railways whenever you want. Even if there's no rewards for them, it'd just be like, it'd be good to have them there, rather than just like you can only play them sometimes. Your players will get loot from it when they get to it. Yeah, it's just. Yeah. I do wish that the railways could be just open. Like, you won't always get prizes from it, but you can still, like, play it at least. Gravity Bucket is gonna be funny. Remind me what that one was? What was the big boss of that one? Because there's, like, the first one's My Form Empties, and then... I remember, like, the most recent railway is, like, the Rose. Round and round we go. Oh, dear. I don't remember which one that... It is an infinite railway. Yeah. Oh, it's the clock, isn't it? It's the one that's shaped like... I thought there was a third one that just goes in a circle. Was that really the second one? Huh. Ow. Huh. I guess that would be the second one. Okay. Because I don't remember what the second one would have been otherwise. Third one is clock shaped, the second one is the loop, which you had to clear 3-4 times. Oh dear. Right, yeah. Now, yeah, I remember that. Okay. I remember, like, you can only go up to this station. And then, like, you need to go through all the stations again. But you can only go up to this station. I was like, the amount of progress you can make was, like, different each time, but you had to do the same ones over and over again. There you go. Ow! Frick! Come on, don't spit. Dang it! I missed! I threw it the wrong way. You keep going indefinitely with... I mean, the question with going indefinitely is like... a lot of the railways, when they release, have, like... amount of turns you spend. I'm not the best at doing railways in like a small amount of turns. I usually don't care about turn limits, except if it's like for the first time I'm going through and want to do an EX. But like, why would you want to go through infinitely? It's only gonna raise your turn limit. Morbius is something else. Yeah. Remind me what the boss, what the big, like, what the poster boss for Railway 2 was. Because for 1, it was My Form Empty. Second one also kept track of the round trips you took. Oh yeah. Okay, so that was a different thing that you could do like high score stuff with. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. I wonder what the meta of like Railway 2 block deck will be. Cause like around then, like first time Railway 2 was like Yiseng was the most powerful sinner? Like Spice Bush? It was the Wayward Pass. Oh, the Wayward Passenger was the okay, there we go. Yeah. I find that kind of funny because Wayward Passenger is like at this point put into like mini boss role and everything. Like the Wayward Passenger is the mini boss role in all the other railways, as well as like just normal bear dungeons you're doing. I don't know, it's like for some reason Byform Empties feels more main boss to me than Wayward Passenger does. If you don't need to clear it quickly, then it doesn't matter. The issue with the second is that it had stalling bosses like the centipede. Oh, the freaking centipede. Hey, guess what? I beat the centipede. No, you didn't. What do you mean? Still has charge. You have to wait one turn for each charge it still has. I mean, that's fun enough when you're just doing a mirror dungeon, but like, it's annoying when you care about the turn limit. Yeah. Still, I do remember, like, the Garden of Roses felt like a big boss, and then, like, now I just face it in the dungeon, and I'm just like, yeah, this is a gimme. This is a gimme. I can win this anytime. There's no reason I should lose against the Garden. Okay, second phase. No, I can't crouch. I forgot about that. I thought I could crouch for a second. Oh, come on. Yeah, I got it hidden, at least. Ow. Suck it. I mean, granted, I do kind of wish I got the extra hits in because I want to heal, but whatever. Ow! Okay, now I really want to heal. Nope. Okay. Yes. Stay away. Oh, come on. Are you gonna do your... Dang it! Okay. I thought I tried, but I was in the water. I was in the water when I tried to throw. Frick. That was on me. No! No! Oh my gosh. Come on. Bug. Fairy 2 had only one unique boss on the third run, the double fairy fight. Yeah. That was a nothing of a fight. Well, I got so close. And now now this feels worse because I'm just like, yep, I got close. Time for me to go back. Oh no. There's map. I was like, ah! No, not frick! Uh-oh. No! Ah! Yeah, no, frick. Okay, we're going over here. Okay. Yay. Like, I have to go back to that boss. And in order to attempt the boss, I have to beat the gauntlet. Then I have to survive getting there. Okay, give me a second. It's actually gonna be worth it. Even if I get hit. There. Okay. Just do that real quick. Nope. Don't. Ow. Okay, I almost have enough to heal again. Ow, I'm gonna need it. Ow, frick, I'm gonna need it. And then some. I was hoping to avoid the and then some, but alas. Ah! That was incredibly bad, like, placement on my end. Ow. It feels like I'm gonna have a moment of just being worse now. Like, at least, it feels like I'm gonna have a moment of being worse. That's all. That's all. That's okay. It wouldn't be as frustrating if it didn't take so freaking long to get to the stuff, but hey. That's just kind of how it goes. The skills ebb and wane. Or is it ebb and flow? Or is it wane and wax? There's a phrase there. I forget what it is. It's something. Something goes something, something, something. Oh my gosh, I'm still thinking about, well, of course I'm thinking about side effects. It's a really fun game. Like, side effects is a really fun game. I'm like, For the single player experience, I'm like, this is good. It is good. That one bug, they need to fix it, but like, I fully trust that they can fix that bug. Give like a relatively small thing. I want to see multiplayer on it. Yep, flew. Okay. Okay, don't want to be there. That. I definitely don't want to be like between it and the closest wall. Ebb and flow or wax and wind makes sense. But not what I said. Hey, doing good. Ow. Oh, that was incredibly bad. Okay, I gotta swallow. And yeah. I sent out a couple bugs just to help deal with this. Yep. I thought you were gonna frick. I misjudged. Ah. Wait, no, that's the wrong time to do that. Okay. Ow. Ow. Okay, let's put out another bug. I threw the bomb. It just didn't count because I was in the mouth first. Frick. Last bug I have. Yeah, there we go. On the last bug too. Game. Game, what are you doing? Oh, thank goodness. Thank you. Game. Oh! Oh, you absolute bastards. Oh, you crowds in chat, I did it. Also, oh, you absolute bastards. That's just salt in the wound. Just, what? Oh. Seeker Soul. I don't know what that is, but just crack shell containing soul drawn from a long deceased bug. Got it. That was so rude. Just like, oh yeah, here's the bench. Just, oh my god. Okay. And we have a shortcut. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I need to go see Fleetopia. The absolute. Okay, what am I low? I am low on so much. I don't have any shards, do I? I'm not breaking the hornet statue made for me. craft my bug. Anyways, we can go up and take a shortcut from up there. And not go through the messiest part of the ducts. Okay, so I recognize there are things I haven't done. And so there are absolutely places I haven't been. But I've done a lot of exploring. And I just need to remember, like... it's over here. Okay. No? Where? I thought this was it. Was this not the shortcut up? Or am I just like in the wrong room? I forgot about the one just below. Okay. I did. Up and then it's down and to the right. Got it. Well, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. I fell down. Hello, please. What am I missing? Have we fleeing? Yep. I rest to celebrate. None have earned such more than you. Raise your flask and drink more heartily with us. Okay. I do have a little bit of refill. Just enough. Okay. Yes. Hi. Oh, my dear friend, Miss Hornet. Look at how many of the lost fleas have come. Seems even the last few stragglers are now with us. That is well, Flea Master. My travels through the sun have been far and deep, and yet at almost every reach I met the friendly, inquisitive presence of your kind. Your fleas have an uncommon desire for adventure, which I find admirable, even if it is seldom matched by capability. Though I am long accustomed to traveling alone, following your journey and sharing some partner's progress has been a warm thing. And so happy to have you made me fleas. I would be honored to bestow one final kiss upon you, unto you, Miss Hornet, a treasure from Fleakind's glorious past. May it mark you forever as a friend to us all. And I got the achievement. Yeah. I got the egg of Flealia. Of Where's the egg? Eggy. Where's the egg? Oh, there it is. Wait, what? Icon of the mythical mother flea, passed down for caravans of old. Symbol of protection and kinship. Decreases the cost of silk skills while health is full. Huh. Well, that's not super useful, but it's still fun to have. Let me do equipment here. I will do flea brew because that feels meaningful. Back to Magnite Brooch. Okay. Let's recover silk. Yeah. Okay, so that's all the fleas. There's the second sentinel stuff. Right. The final audience. Track the second sentinel by the markers left near Songclave. Thank you. And also thank you for getting caught in that. Yay. Eh. Yay. Well, at least I'm not doing the panicking, screaming, ah, no, I'm gonna get eaten by land sharks. Not that one. Yep, and I heard the sound of it getting eaten. Okay. Wow. Okay, so here we go at the Grand Bellway. Rest here. Be like, okay, we go to first shrine. Which would be Songclave. Whee! Rest here. Any more quests? None that I can see. So we're just looking for, like, stuff near here. So that makes sense. I would love to have a spool fragment, but I don't have enough. I have, yeah, this is the equivalent of 300, so... Okay, so left near Songclave. So if I go to the left, am I just gonna get, like, the tracking stuff, or... Am I gonna go sniffer? I'm ready to have money again. Or be able to earn money again, I guess. I mean, I read it IRL too, but it hasn't been able to happen IRL, so I'm okay for in-game. Eh. I had a job for a little bit. It was fantastic. Okay, I'm not seeing... Remnants near Songclave. Okay, well, it wasn't to the left, so it could be below. It could be There are a few different directions that could mean. I mean, there's also one particular, like, area I haven't been to. Because it's progress. I want to make sure I do everything. It could be that way. Okay, rest here. Bloop. Check over here. Aha! This way! Yeah! Where are all the knights? Where are the enemies? Game? Oh, there you go. Ow. Ow. I haven't used my silk spear, my silk correctly. You end up just wasting the spear. Sniff a big nose. Ah, frick. I need a re-sniffer. Re-sniffer. Loves like advertisements. okay. I do feel like with the consistent breaks, I've been able to go a lot longer. Which is overall very good. I also have a dog sniffing at me. Being like, had a sandwich. And the dog was trying to eat my sandwich, yeah. One of the things I got getting groceries was like just a pre-made sandwich. Frick. I got a pre-made sandwich because like that's an easy meal. Now I have to defend it. Defend. Ow! Ow! The dog's sniffing me! Ow! More dogs sniffing me! I'm getting sniffed. They want my sandwich. Yeah, you cannot have my sandwich. You're gonna observe and manage. Oh, right, because the observe and the public points are very low. They're extremely low right now. Ah. So contributions are much appreciated. Yeah. Yeah, you're going at it. Ah, frick. Not where I want to go. Oh, that's another sniffing point. This way. Yeah. Follow. Went up. Aha. Wait, hang on. Invalid literal for int with base 10. Oh! Oh, I get that. I get why. Oh. I understand a glitch. I understand a problem with my code again. I understand why it does the thing it does. Hey, we're gonna have a quick little bit of coding. Are you ready? Okay. So, it broke here. It said int up again, invalid literal for int with base 10. That is not what happened. What actually happened is that I have two separate threads that go through and access the text and try to save to it. But I suspect they both try to access it at the same time and try to save at the same time, thus overwriting the data. That is my theory. So then, you have the question. What do you do about that? And the answer is... Yep, Ryan's got it. You out of luck. So here we go. It always goes through point add. Yeah. Okay, I'm not sure if it always goes through point add, but it should go through point add. I was like, do I have anything else that does that? No? Okay, it's just that. Got it. I don't remember how to do it. Maybe committing to... Maybe commit... Oh yeah, I have a GUI lock already. Yeah. But here's the thing. And this is something that we're gonna have to, like, add into the code. Like... We're gonna have to add this into the code later. Like the, we're gonna have to add this in the code later. Where's the... What does that look like? Because if it all goes to point add, then it's fine. GUI lock, what do you look like? What is your variable name? What's you're right there. Aha! Lock, check, 4 points. Points lock, padding, dot, lock. I just go back and check. Because I'm doing all sorts of back and forth and yeah. Should be somewhere around here. Hello, dog. You look adorable. I hope you know that. There we go. Points lock, there we go. Converted to int earlier would make sense. When do I convert to int? I convert to int. Oh yeah, it'll be maybe converting to int here? Ah, yeah, I see what you mean, I see what you mean, okay. And boop. Boop. I'm not proud, but sure. Yeah, yeah. There you go. And now we start it. And if it doesn't break, we go right back to game. If it does break, break. Hey, authorized on Twitch. Authorized on video. And the point should pop up now. Yeah. Well, that is I am my own place tester. I'm my own playtester for like a code for my code. I made the code for myself, and I'm the playtester. Anyways, where the heck did the night fellow go? Should make the type checker you run complaints, it'll point out where to fix it. Ah, yeah. Ah! Sniffer, sniffer, sniffer. Hornet does a sniffer. Aha, over here. Ah! Hi. I'm here, Gilded One. I had thought I was answering your summons as a friend, or at least an ally. But now that we stand together in this place, I can sense your intent. You mean to raise your blades against me? Am I your enemy, then? Defense of the sacred citadel, and the voices that fill it, is the eternal duty of the sentinels. Termination is a necessary fate of all those enthralled by the whispering silk.
That's fine.
Leave me haunted. A slave to the pale threads. I think you are more perceptive than that. My silk is my own, as is my will. Unsure is a sentinel, but both haunted and innocent, you seem. With regret, the sentinel must test the strength of your will. Oh, it's a boss fight. Nice. Oh, dang, you have a beam. Nice. Ow. Heck. Well, this boss fight might take a little bit. Oh, frick. I have distance to make back. Well, at least when, like, okay, hang on, let's see. Oh, there's a way better, like, checkpoint nearby. That again, I can grind for, like, I can get money. Ow. Yeah. It also helped me like recharge my bugs. My bug friends. My bug butts. Yay. Ow. If I live, this will be fine. I mean, it does look like I will. I just avoid the next couple of boss fights. Easy enough. Well, not boss fight, just enemies. Frick. Yay! There we go. Easy enough. This is not a bad placement at all. Which is a relief. Please tell me we're not gonna destroy you, we're just gonna prove that we're, like, we're cool. Yeah. Yeah. Whee. Frick, that was bad timing. Ah, frick, no! Ah, I was doing good. That int doesn't convert it, but it should be fine for now. Okay. That... Well, regardless, like, I don't know. We're not at the point where, we're using the version of the code that, like, we're changing yet. Well, it's because we haven't gotten the generalized version working yet. get the generalized version working though. It's like I'll see how much I can like convert my my stream to it. I actually had a recent thought that like I was thinking about how best to do stuff like stuff like break something. And I'm just like, the way that can work with like the general code is that we could have like a we could have a random like we could have a random signifier. And if a redeem has a random signifier, it'll go through and it'll look for the sub effects that it can pull from for the random, and then it'll just say, okay, one of these effects. Yeah. I figured that could work out well. Just like, that change you just made isn't in the new version yet. Yeah. Having an easy way to specify that makes sense. Yeah. I've been thinking about it because, like, some of the stuff that doesn't quite work with the code that, like, I still want to figure out is just, stuff like, how do you do this particular, like, if-then statements in, like, a JSON file? How do you, like, signify if-then statements with, like, generalized, just not even, like, straight programming? That's been a question and a half. Nice. Yay, 420! Oh. He just, like, vaguely paying attention to the boss fight enough to, like, kind of learn what to do. Ow. Ow. Yeah. I'm just like, I've been trying to think of the, like, the amount of things I've had to go through and be like, okay, I have to try to figure out how to do this and this and this. Like, I have had many nights where I just have really hard time sleeping because I'm just like, how do I do this and this and this and this and this? Believe it or not, I'm unemployed, but for like, from like what I hear of some people, I think about work more than some employed people. Despite the fact that I'm technically unemployed. My passion has turned into my job, but my job doesn't pay, so it's still technically my passion. Ways when you're just employed instead of running the whole thing, there's less on your shoulders. Yeah, it's true. Phase 2. Because, like, I'm a little worried that we've been fighting for a fairly decent amount of time and haven't hit a phase 2, and I'm like, please, like, at this point, either hit your phase 2 soon or don't have one. Please? Oh, there we go. Wait, don't actually die, please. Oh, thank goodness you're not dead. By the purity of your will, the clarity of your intent, you are innocent of the silken curse. Built as a sentinel, your judgment it will accept. Is this truly failure, Gilded One? You meant to test me and have done so. I would expect nothing less of a true guardian. Matter is resolved. There is no need for death. Stand and let us part as friends. Yay! Yay! Accept the token of the Sentinel's order. As friends, let us part. Preserve bind. Nice. Ornate artifact of the Citadel, able to hold the bind's worth of silk, used when healing is needed and when natural resources run low. Restored when resting on a bench. Oh! Is that an extra heal? Nice! Also. Hey, I don't want to check something. What do I have as far as my... Ah! Fatality. Alright, so... I think... I am stuck looking at Dog and thinking Dog is so cute, Dog is so amazing, oh my gosh, Dog, 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 and I'm like... That is perhaps an interesting thought process to go through my head. Dog, 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 Dog. Yeah. Dang it. Accidental. But it's okay. Yay! Yay! I almost have enough for 2 heals in quick succession. Oh, these marvelous healing supplies. Surely they at least are some proof of the Citadel's holy nature? You're having that thought process in your brain. Good luck? Right, I have a simple key. What do I have? I have a simple key. My brain is like, I could go do quests! And then I had the realization of like, there are still some things I can do. Let's see. If I'm right, then the Whispering Vaults have like simple key? A simple lock? Might be a lock, that might not be. I go to Grand Bellway. And then I could go quickly check some of the towns around, see if they popped up any more quests. I suspect I've done almost on. You know of one place with the lock, but you don't know if I've opened it or not. Oh my gosh, if I got one more, I'd have 2 full heals on me. Oh my gosh. I feel like the amount I have, it's either like here where I've gotten all of it, or it's like one more. Like having 2 full heals seems like a good place to stop, but having just a little less also seems like a good place to stop. You can tell me if I want. I mean, go ahead and tell me. Whether or not I go there is up to my own discretion, though. But as long as it's not like a story spoiler, it's like, yeah. Hi, holes. Hi, ho! Hi, hoes! I mean, I could check that in a little bit. It's down and to the right. I mean, if I'm right about this being a simple lock, it's down to the right. It might be just something else. Easy to get to as it is fast travel near it. Ah. Okay, let's... Oh, not you. Not where I wanted to go. Okay. Oh, there you go. Oh, you're something else. Hi, Snowfall. Touch grass. I do touch grass regularly. Dear, Grim, darkest seems now. At these words, become your guide. Hear our voice. Let it. You're out. Give of yourself. For great for his children who bequeath the. Do I not have the thing? I mean, let's see. What would I have that relates to this? That would be Seeker's Soul, I guess. But I guess it doesn't relate to this. Uppies. Why do you want uppies? Okay, I still don't know what to do with that thing. I mean, I will give you... It's just lore. It's just lore. I will give you uppies, though. I will give you uppies, no. How do you feel about uppies from a clown? Because if you're okay with that, I will give you uppies. Corrupted message for new pilgrims. Well, I mean, it's a no, and I haven't done anything in regards to it, so I still, like, I put it on my list of, like... I mark it on the map. Mark it on the map is potentially requiring something. I gotta keep it marked on the map because... Okay. Touch grass. Ah! I'm not touching grass. Good job. Do the dances! Let's go! Okay, so the one in High Hole has a fast travel right near. Okay, let's figure out what this could have been. I wasn't the best about like keeping track of all the stuff until fairly recently. So I wouldn't have marked High Hole. Either that or I already did it, but like that's not a guarantee. Oh, here we go. Simple key. Thank you, Medmare. Okay, so I have a rosary collection. I could use that. Just make sure that I don't have a lot of rosaries to lose. That it? We have rosary collection. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's a wait. Is that? That's a room with lots of locks in the background. Maybe the location of the ornate key. Frick. Ow. Yeah. Frick. That's a lot of money. That's not an ornate key. That's a lot of money. I want an ornate key. I mean, I won't refuse taking more rosaries, but I do want the ornate key. It's more rosaries. I won't refuse, but I was kind of hoping for. Very protective vault. Couldn't get into without a key. Yeah, it's just rosaries. That's all that's in there. It's rosaries. Sure, I'll protect the rosaries. Or is it? Ow. Ah! Ornate key? What? What do you mean rosary cannon? You permit brisk mechanism from the base of a rosary streaking machine. Rosaries must be inserted to reload the cannon! Ah! I have a rosary cannon. I mean... Okay. That's a pretty awesome weapon, if I would say so. Granted, I'm mostly gonna use it once I don't have use for more rosaries, but still, that's pretty awesome. Right. I was gonna go visit more like more towns, see if they had quests. Like, aside from like Songclave, none of the towns I remember are reachable by elevator. They're not elevator towns. Let's see. Bellheart, Bone Bottom, Shellwood. There's a halfway home, which technically counts, but it doesn't have quests, which is what I'm caring about. Pilgrim's Rest, which, eh. Uh, oh, right. I finished that one. There's Fleetopia! I guess this is Shellwood, Bellheart, and Bone Bottom. Huh. Okay. Yay, 340! Okay, so go to Grand Bellway. I check for extra quests. See if I get any. I feel like I'm not close to the end. Ada! Well, I feel like I am close to the end. But not, like, out of things to do? There's a bunch of stuff to buy, at least. I would be a lot farther in, like, having stuff to buy if I constantly... Hey, quest! Trail's End. Child-wielding needle. I have caught fresh scent of my master in those stricken swamps beside the citadel. I ask you now to follow. Meet together at Trail's End. That one food quest. Yes, I do. But I have, like... I have the Shirka quest, so that's pretty awesome. Okay, it's back to bile water. Back to freaking bile water. Just... I still need to find that one food quest. The one that, hang on, let me take a look. You said there were 3 items? And of the food quest, I have the crest nut and the pickled muck maggot, which means I have 2 of the 3 items. I still need to turn in this mossberry. I forgot about that. I always forget where to turn in the mossberry. Oh, yeah, there we go. This way! Yeah! This way! Yeah! I smell awesome map lady! Ah! We like awesome map lady. Also, I forgot to turn on the Wreath of Purity, and that's gonna suck. Yeah! How do I get up again? Oh, right. Ah! And then over up. Dad! Stop it! there's a different way over there, so I can just go over there instead. So yeah, there's a food quest that I still need to find. I think, like, finding the food quest will at least give me, like, an idea of how to find the third item. Which is just like, yay. Oh my gosh. Shurika, whatever your movement... Ah! This way! Whatever your moveset is, it is slightly different than my own because I am... I have to take a different path than you. Oh my gosh. You have a different moveset. Ah, which direction did you go? I'm gonna... Maybe up here? Hang on. This way. Maybe? I don't see any more rings. Which does worry me a lot. Okay. First thought is that this feels like a poignant area, so, like, this could be the way to go. That's the first thought. Oh yeah, and the corpses. That's right, the corpses are this direction. I mean, I could equip the teeth. Their shells are ours, their souls are ours, hate is forever, yeah. Find her eventually by going around. Yeah, I'm just... Well... There is the... Like... There are a couple of notable landmarks around. Like, there's the bodies that can mean something. The other direction is the broken bench, though, which could be, like, notable in its own way. I thought I could... Whatever. I tried. Aha! Here we go. Ow! This way. Hackies. Alright, let's do it again. I smell. I'm about to die. Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Ah, frick. No. Aha. Like, was that a good idea? I could just go straight there without following the path. Well, I'm gonna take the long way around. Gotta be simple. I have a sneaking suspicion. Already there have been a couple of occasions of, like, I've heard friends say that, oh yeah, this particular boss is much easier if you go about it by, like, just I really don't like those enemies. They're so annoying. Okay, but like there are a couple bosses that are easier when you like do a quest or something before you do them, because then you have a... I made it 2 steps further. This could be one of those occasions where Shurka would have been there to help with Groll. It would be the most surprising thing to me, and I would just be like, ah. Okay. Nope. Frick! Oh my gosh! Okay. I forgot you do that. No ally is there for that one. Well, frick. Hecky. Okay. That's vaguely disappointing, but whatever. Ah! Sniffa sniffa! Are we really just going back this way? Yeah. And is it just me, or are more enemies spawning now? Like, I'm pretty sure that other dude didn't spawn until after, until recently. Sniffa sniffa. Interesting environmental storytelling. Some dead bugs with a gem. Same symbols. Like a ball of some sort. I'm now following those balls with like the dead bugs near them. They wanted them to be a surprise with the boss. Yeah, that makes sense. Why have I not been in this area before? Oh, hi. Ashanka, hornet-wielding needle. For that is your name, is it not? I have heard it spoken in this land with reverence. I had hoped you would accept my summons. In these moments, one is good, but two is best. Oh, not that I had the wish, Shaka. A somber ceremony seemed likely at this trail's end, and I am sadly proved correct. This, then, is your master? The fiercest of my tribe. Here she lies. I called her master, true, but she was mother just as much. More by far than the bug who bore me. Among the many marvels of the kingdom, she found a fine place to meet her end. Ended by age. Balls! Okay, my tribe would call that shame, but I see only strength unbeaten. Even as her shell betrayed her, she walked this kingdom's breadth. It was her trail followed that allowed me to share witness to its dignity. Hornet-wielding needle. We too have journeyed these many paths, as my master before us. Join me now for her song sending. It's time for her soul to walk beyond her shell. Yeah! Yay! Yay! Trolls and wish granted. Yay! Okay. I got an achievement for that. For sharing this moment, I shall have you accept the gift, one I had believed I would never pass. You take these rings and the learnings to make more. They're built of a clever method, devised by my master, and will crush hard this kingdom's toughest shell. Use them, and she is remembered. I thank Chakra. The getting tool so defined by its owner. I'm much grateful. They shall prove a great aid on my own journey. I got throwing rings! Okay, so that's another weapon. Yep. You balance between enemies and harvesters. That seems like a really fun weapon. And you just kind of go whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yay! Okay, well that's that done. I wonder if this area only unlocked, like, after I accepted the quest, or if it was, like, always here and I just kept ignoring it. For one reason or another. It might have been blocked off here, and then it was like, it got unlocked later. Oh, right. I'm so used to this area being like, go to the boss, that it's like, there's a bench here now. Heck. There's a bench. Yay! Okay, so this feels like a more and more complete map. I'm just gonna be... I haven't found the, like, the eating quest yet, so... The food. The food hasn't been... The food hasn't been a thing yet. Want directions? Just one simple answer. Is it a quest I accept from a town? Or is it like a specific NPC I have to go talk to? Okay, so it's like a specific NPC. Got it. Well, I'm still gonna check for town quests because I've gotten a couple of town quests now that have been well worth it, so... Yeah, that's right, get eaten. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, but I have collected so many. Time for me to think. Maybe you tell the area, it won't help much. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes. Oh yeah, there's Maul's home as well. Time for me to go to Bone Bottom. Yay! Let's see. I'm decently certain I have all the quests here, but I double check. I do have all the quests here. They're all good. Go up to Moss Homes. There. I could double check on Weave Nest Atla to see if anything's changed there. Double check on the Weave Nest Atla. But Weave Home. The Moss Home. Moss Home. Oh, right, you're an enemy. Are there any NPCs here, or are they all just enemies? The enemies are going to be below this area, aren't they? Well, the NPCs are. Nope. Yeah, no, Moss Home is just taken over by the haunting, like everything else. I can look around here for a little bit. If there's anything. But first, advertisements. Nums. And dog. Heck yeah! Taking consistent breaks. Consistent breaks are good. Also just like... I guess the area around Hunter's March seems a little bit... bare? And this area, in between Shellwood, Blasted Steps, and Grand Gate, is highly suspicious. The area in between Deep Docks and Weave Nests is odd. I could go to Weave Nest first. But yeah, Bedbear! if it is not reasonable to expect me to, like, find where I'm supposed to go, then feel free to tell me about where to go. So... yeah. The quest is in the Citadel. Okay. I'm still gonna go check Weave Nest, but, you know, whatever. Quest is in Citadel. Hello. Lady, my senses of sound, you have gone further beyond the bounds of a bug. For me to gaze again upon your nature, that I may offer clarity. Yay! What? Yeah! Evolve the Crest of Hunter. Yay! On the left side, and has a map landmark nearby. Okay. Lady, if in your travels you're able to further expand your nature, return to me. With what power I possess, I may be able to aid you further. Okay, let's see if... I'm like, part of me wonders if, I've already fulfilled the requirements? Wow. I don't know. Maybe I'll just go back there later to check. Left side, landmarks, Citadel. I see. That suspicious gap between the slab and high halls. That cries to me as potentially being what you're talking about. But also potentially I'm like on the wrong path. That's actually an empty... That's just an empty space? In the Citadel. Okay. So there's just a random NPC somewhere around here. Oh, first things first, I'm going to the spa. Gotta check. What, more help? Yes. Yes, I do. Table for two, please. Is that a hint? Just look closely at the map. The circle? Oh! Oh, I see, okay. Yep, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Basically. Table! Yeah! Oh, hi again! Thank you! I wanted to sing at you. Yeah. Well, your work is never done. Yeah. Food quest near tables. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, well, hopefully it gives me an idea of where to go for, like, the third food item. Because I'm just like... Either I already have the third food item, in which case great, or, I am just... I am missing a boss. Oh wow, that's the spikes down there. It's be kinda like, while people are haunted, just taking their money. Oh. I presume at some point we're gonna unhaunt them, but, you know, it's good to have money. That's... Okay. That looks like a thing. Hi. What an awful clattering. Would you kindly conduct yourself a little more carefully? And why are you adorned in such an awful livid red? By my oath, those above must make it sport of sending me the most wretched service they can find.
Yanara.
I'm no servant, rather a guest of sorts. I really did skip this room. Invited by the Citadel. Tell me, is this vial of oil on display your own? Nothing here is my own, you pertinent young mite. This sacred hall, and all the food contained within, belong to my most exalted master. The great gourmand, the finest connoisseur who has ever lived, the one whose tastes transcend the ages. None are left now who venerate them as they deserve, save for the loyal, lonely bug who stands before you. That oil is merely a small savory to whet the appetite for the grand meal to come. A spectacular, far-loom-spanning dish that I've been planning for an age. But alas, those buffs seem to have forsaken my poor master. I've grown so old. I can never hope to gather the necessary ingredients. Blast their indolence. Terry here, bug who calls herself a guest. If your idle claws need work, put them to service for our exalted great gourmand. I must be made by my master, so you will need to leave the citadel and gather the ingredients for their meal in my stead. Okay.
Hasbin?
I can track down any ingredient you desire for a price. Oil you keep here may be of some use to me. Promise it as reward, and your master shall have his meal. Such squalid bargain ill befits the holy servant, but so be it. Fetch me the ingredients, and you shall have that pill condiment for yourself. Okay. Oh, it's 5! Mossberry stew, vintage nectar, and courier's ration. Oh, well, mossberry stew, that kind of just makes sense. I just need to remember where the heck the NPC who has does the like the Moss Grotto? Tell you where to look, though the rest of them need the quest to be able to find them. Ah. Okay. Okay, well I got 2 of them. I'm relatively certain, like... getting the mossberry stew should be easy enough. Did I ever go below here? Oh, yeah, I absolutely did. Hey god, I remember this. I don't want a part of it again. I have 2 out of 5 ingredients. The rest are just kind of just makes sense. Let's see. Moss Brave Stew. That's obviously gonna be in like boss places. We're about to come back to the bath. Okay. Courier's Rasher. I have no idea. Vintage Nectar. I also have no idea. So, like, only one of them is immediately obvious. But hey. That's one more than none, so that's good to know. It would be funny if you had them all already. I need ingredients to make lavish meal. Okay, here's some stuff that was in my pockets. To be fair, I already have 2 of the, like, ingredients to make a lavish meal, so it's like, we're part of the way there. Huh. Okay, so I'm going to assume that 1 is in, like, the Moss Grotto area, and then 1 possibly Bellheart? Oh wait, yeah, I could probably check the halfway home. Yeah, I could check the halfway home. I'm checking the Moss Grotto. Like, I remember there being an NPC there. Where else? Okay. I don't have a single clue, like, I don't remember at all where the freaking, where the freaking moss person was, where you give all the moss berries. Like, I'm fairly certain that's who I have to talk to. I just don't remember the exact location on the map. It's in the name. Moss Home? Moss Grotto? I could go check Moss Home real quick. Yeah. Yep, no, this is where the game started. Okay, so that's a no for this area. Yeah, I missed. Where the heck was that NPC? That is yet another NPC I should have been tracking. But I decided not to use my pin. Yay. I mean, there's also the, like, the proprietor of the ruined chapel I talked to. Over here, this is where the freaking, like, thing was. Thing of the thing of the thing. Go to Bone Grave, but I'm pretty sure this was just like a sigil. This is like a soul thing. Yeah, it was just a soul thing. Also, considering how you crawled out of the ground, you might be zombies. I don't know. Well, I don't see NPC I'm thinking about here. So it's either Moss Home or it's just in the Marrow. It could just be somewhere in the Marrow. Probably somewhere in the Marrow. Yep, you're just nothing. Okay. Hey, Moss Home. I go straight into... Okay, whatever, whatever. I check Marrow. I check Marrow. Okay, I might check over here too. See? Like, hello? Where's the NPC I remember? Might not even, probably in the Marrow, but you know what, whatever, it's fine. This is at least an opportunity to grind up some, like... Grind up some money. There we go! Hi! I haven't been here in forever. Dude, I require a picture of your mossberry stew to satiate a gourmand of the Citadel. Will you pass them to me? A bug who will consume my berry stew? Strong they'd be to bear a taste so sharp. Here's the flavor so ripe, searing, a flavor of pleasure and pain. They too may see the visions if they taste it strong. The visions, could they see? Grant the stew for your bug. Share the visions. Yes, we shall pass it. Okay, so I got the mossberry stew. Very sweet. Yep, I have a fruit. Trade it for rosaries. Yes, I'll give a mossberry. Yay! Okay, there we go. So that's the stew. So I have 3 of the ingredients now. I need the vintage nectar and the courier's rasher. I don't remember just out there NPC. There's an out there NPC in Farfields. There's also the Pilgrim's Rest. There's an NPC in Docks who's a shop. More places narrow. There's the surgeon in Shellwood. There's the doctor in the Wormways, or the researcher, I guess. There's another pinmaster in Blasted Steps. There's everyone in Songclave. There's a flea circus in Fleetopia. There's wherever the heck the Green Prince is. I might start with Bellheart. I might start with Bellheart. Also, it's in the name. Let's see. You just said it's in the names. So I'm gonna go check the names. We have Vintage Nectar and Courier's Rash here. What are the names of various places? Vintage Nectar, Courier's Rasher. I don't see anything that says Courier, Vintage, Nectar, or Rasher. But still, Halfway Home seems a good candidate for, like, Courier, because... Okay. Okay, let's... I'll stop at Bellheart first, just to ask. Because I know there are a lot of NPCs in here. I doubt it's gonna be here, but... eh. Vintage might be here. I would like to have a personal spa. That would be fantastic. God. I break everything I have. Do I have enough for it? Oh my gosh, I do. Wait, no, not you. No, you're 1100. Frick. Okay, give me a second. We're gonna take a quick sidebar. I'm gonna go grind some money so I have enough to get a personal spa. I could go rosary cannon, but no, I want the spa. Only gonna be a little bit more. Die. Okay. There, I have enough. I have enough. Okay, I have enough for the personal spa. Get the personal spa. After this, it's back to our regularly scheduled, like, the regularly scheduled questing. But I do want that spa. Yay! My purchase is made. Last moment, I will get it set up in your bell home. Yay! Wait, the couriers! I know where the courier stuff is. The courier's rash. I know where that is. It is in Bellheart. It's in Bellheart. The couriers. Couriers are in Bellheart. Frick. Hi! You're right here. Hello? Couriers, I require a rasher of meat for an old bug in the Citadel. Can you prepare it for me? A bug up up! They know our finest food. If they appreciate, we could prepare it most prompt. This courier only has the only task. Courier's rasher. Yours, Miss Courier, means prepared fresh as in our special way. Miss Courier must know our rasher is delicious, strong, fatty food, but it's not long to last. It's not too quick. Rash the National Big Fast Food Citadel. I have no desire to see your efforts. Oh, frick. No, it's one of the... No! I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. That should have been the last one. Okay, well I can go up through the wisp thicket to get back. Wisp thicket, and then I go back through there. I do not take a diversion through White Ward because screw White Ward. Okay. That is one of those. I can no longer frick. Heck. Hey, Bad Bear. I need you to tell me right now if the last thing is on the way. I need you to tell me. As if not, I'm just like, frick. Oh my gosh, it's going down naturally. I don't have too much time. Heck. Why is it going down so fast? Ah, frick. It's not just fragile, it's like... It goes down really fast. Nope, I can't go that way. I can't. It'll break if I do that. Ah. I already made a mistake by, like, thumping onto the ground when I shouldn't have. Yeah, that would be nice. If you could look it up, that would be fantastic. Frick, do I do this again? Oh, I go over here. Up, left. I'm headed towards the coral chambers, which I'm just... I'm not... I'm just... Wait. Nope. That's too high. Don't you dare! Like, I will basically have to redo this if I get hit again. Okay, I'm in the wisp thicket. Up, left, up, left. Wait, what? Which ones do I have? I have the crust nut, the pickled muck maggot, the mossberry stew, and the courier's rasher. Which I'm currently focused on the courier's rasher. How the frick do I get up from here again? Game! Game! There we go. That's it. Nope. Alright. Damn it! I might have to retry this now. Bogged into a wall. Okay. Go the right way anyways? I don't think. Yeah, I should have gone right. It's fine. I just, One of them is Greymore. Okay, cool. I'll get the one in Greymore. Heck. Oh. Something I missed? Just a repository of special... Hurts. Okay. Okay. And here I am, just being like, ah! Ow. Fireball. Ba 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 da 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 dum. Okay. I suspect I'm going to the halfway home for the one here. Also for reference, I'm straight middle tower, so it's Bellheart over here at middle tower to the west thicket. Not to the far tower that I did go to. Oh my gosh. Nope. I could try to get past, but I don't think that's gonna be easy. There we go. Okay, let's get to the halfway home. I can rest there. There we go. And then I ask, hey, do you have anything? Bartender, but to ask to acquire a nectar of significant age, would you retain any such drink? Want more details then? I can figure it out. At the fire stuff? Sure. I might have a few vessels left, but I can't be showing them cheap. Bells of my cellar are the last in Farloom. Once they're gone, no bug will ever taste such sweetness again. Oh, frick.
There's
a hole?
Maybe you'd rather pour the cheap stuff? Give your shell a kick before you head up. No.
That's fine.
Once few gets to my birth, I find ready for sustenance. Not so, but the nectar's always a happy find yourself feeling different. Right, okay, so... I need to grind out... Which is easy enough, I suppose. Just... Okay, so Grand Bellway. How far else would really needs to be? That actually a pretty good one, actually. But like, there's a difference between rarely needs to be able to eat versus can't eat. But the two are most likely going to be connected simply because, like, if you don't need to eat, your body probably won't be able to process you eating. It's unfortunate. Said the right thing eventually, it's just long eventually. Nabbit. Okay, I need 480. And to think that I had barely spent all of my money on a spa. A spa that I haven't appreciated yet. This is gonna take a little bit. But I mean, this is certainly a way to grind for, like, rosaries. Remember reading a sci-fi short story, everyone had been modified to be able to photosynthesize, let's don't eat? It has been that way for generations. Some people chance upon the historical idea of a feast like on Thanksgiving and decide to try it. Huh. And how does that turn out? Judging by the fact that it's a sci-fi story you've read that seems to be about this topic. Story ends with them after eating food discovering what happens after you eat food. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That, yeah. So they needed to poop. Okay, we're over halfway there. Whee. I'm just imagining that, like, if these two particular people ever get unhaunted, they're gonna be like, where did all my money go? I think they might not even have had toilets in their houses. Oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. That is one hell of an issue, yeah. Wait, yeah. I don't think there's something that gives you more money. It's just lets you keep money on death, but it's not give you more money. Osborne to retain some rosaries upon defeat. Yeah, that's it. Or it's a shard pendant, which collects more shell shards. But there's nothing that gives you more rosaries. You could say it's quite a stinker. Well, they decided to cook. And then they decided, now we're cooking with gas. No, I know where to go. Oh, actually, if you could tell me, like, the exact path to take with the courier's rash, that'd be great. But otherwise, other than that, I know where to go. I'm missing two. I'd want to visit a place? Okay. If it's gonna help me deliver the courier's rash, then yes. I would absolutely like to visit a place. I'm gonna keep grinding until you tell me, because like now it's like, hang on, I shouldn't move from this spot until you say. Not that. Oh. Okay. What do you want to say then? I should still go there. I'll do it after I do everything. My reaction when I realize I did. Okay. I'm just gonna finish this quest first. Last of steps left the Bell Beast. You mean the Thieves Store? Cause I've been to the Thieves Store.
It's over.
Yay! Aye, fair trade. Each stuff's down at the bottom of the cellar. I trusted to collect only the vessel you're owed. I'd be grabbing it myself, but it's become a hard climb for us to know.
Eso.
They sold a lot of supplies. Oh. We're getting more rosaries. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Ah, frick. Ah! Yeah. No! No, you're no! I'm stuck at the ceiling. How can you do this to me? Oh, all the ants are carrying away the stuff slowly. Game. Oh, there we go. Sir. Derp. Strength for her. Okay, yeah. Sir, your basement has been infested by haunted ants. Like individual of note. Your basement is flooded with ants. Uh-huh. Oh, there are more? Okay, you know what? Screw it. You're kidding me! Ow! Nope. Yeah, whatever. Yes.
There's a hole. Eso.
I'm stuck at the ceiling. Stuck at the ceiling of your infested basement. My stuff back. Yep. I'm stuck at the ceiling of the basement. I can vaguely see the shopkeeper. He's just, well, the barkeeper? They're just giving me a dirty look, like, why? Look, shopkeep, barkeep. I don't know why, but like, down there you have an infestation of ants and you put me on your ceiling. Yes, I know from your perspective it's your floor, but from my perspective it's your ceiling. What do you mean, who am I talking to? I'm talking to you! Look, I don't know what Hornet's doing down there either. I think it's fighting the things. Ah! It's spinning! Ah! 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 Oh, hey! I got pulled out of the ceiling. Nice! Okay. Wow. It looks like Hornet's almost done. Nice. Yay. There's nectar. That's done. Wish updated. Yay.
There's a hole.
Breakfast. Heard a little much blood. Chest everything went smoothly. Sir, your staff seems to have a nut problem. I assume and send me down it merely slipped your mind to mention. Oh yes, well it's your weapon and talent and what? I'm sure they didn't pose a problem. And why I see you collect the prize, so we both come out well from the trade. Cherry Nectarus, no simple pilgrim ever tasted drop so fine. Aww. Okay, so now we're going break. And once I do that, I'm delivering the freaking parcel. And we're finished with this quest. Okay. Okay. We're finishing this quest line. We're finishing this freaking quest line. I am now touching grass. Great, great. Okay, cool, cool. Where the bell heart? Yeah, whatever. Gonna have to worry about that later. The bell heart. The bell heart. And this next freaking quest. I can only have 4. Is there a better way to get there? Did you see that one just outside Bellheart? Oh, give me a second. This one? Hi.
Yes.
Hornet-wielding needle. With my past passing, I have resolved to improve my skills that in time and match her prime. Much work I must do to achieve that goal. I have found this wide, bare stone, firm, fine ground on which to train. For R3 now, raise that blade and test my rings. They prove my greatest challenge yet. Okay. Gladly, Chakra. Upon the stone, let us test our shells. Frick. Well, this is unfortunate. Poison, 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 poison. Ow. Woo. Dang. That was just friendly bout, though. Okay, give me a second. Barking down, there's the boss right there. Before I go forward, I'm just like, hey, how does my personal spa look? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Ah! Oh, frick yeah. Frick yeah. Frick yeah. There broke. God is built. I'll use hardy heart, Miss Courier. This is Farlam, danger deadly. In times of disease, it's a rare thing for us to get their going. We try again. For the bugs, so much you need of their deliverings. Yes. Okay. Right through the steps for Rusher. Frick! They... I forgot that block was there. Freaking... I forgot it was there. A good cool tool is the anklets, yeah. Oh, it's this way. Okay, hopefully I don't burn to death here. I forgot. That's not the best. Left. Didn't know about space until after you collect the quest. That seems annoying. Either that or I'm taking a bad path, but that does seem annoying. Okay, up and to the right. And up and left. Okay. Left. Bit dangerous, but could be quick. Making up a bit dangerous. I haven't been to the Underworks in a while. So I forgot that there was just that random block of whirling blades there. Frick. I want to experiment with something as well. Nope, they don't pay attention at all. Gotcha. Okay. That's to be expected, honestly. Well, I have more of a path now. Pattern exists more solidly. know not to block into that. Not to jump into the right and block. Oh. So this is where Shocker just sits. Hi. Mashanka, child wielding needle. This heart home is cut free of his curse. Tell me, was it your blade that brought us saving? My shock would be great if another here managed to defeat. I see a tough creature above the town, a weaver, I suspect, though one twisted in purpose. My voice and claw aided, perhaps guided the thread that strung the town. Weaver? Those vicious old things! For our young we tell the tales, but had thought them long dead. Only corpses bound in spires. This one still lived, though if it was a weaver, it was broken in a savage way. Bone sickles bound, hidden deep within its shell, a cruel punishment I've not before witnessed. Even broken, my envy remains, a weaver's favored skills. Beat what a combat means great challenge and great pride and victory. I mean... Yeah, okay, better, you know... Okay! Time to rest here. Yeah. Go here. And then just be like, that's... Yay, we're trying again. Whee. I'm just like, hey God, I know there's a bumping thing. There we go. There it was. Okay. I'm already doing incredibly better. Nope, I don't like you. Dang it! No! That was bad, but it's just not the end of the world. I'm not done yet. Oh, I got hit once, but that's fine. Hey. Okay, I should just go to this menu to look at the map, just because that's like... Maybe if I just go up and then left from there, it'll be easier. Yeah, just up here. Kind of? Possibly? That's not good. God damn it! Okay. It is a better path. It's just... Heck. It's a better path. I just need to be better in traveling along it. Okay, just, yeah. I am just... Nope. Nope, I almost got hit by that. Almost on the spikes. 4 spikes. Fire. Outrun it. Okay, but I have my path now. I must take it. That's fair. I'm okay. I'm going back that way anyways. Like, that exact path I'm going, so it's like, it's not the worst thing in the world to, like, die along the way. Yeah, broke. Courier's rasher. Yep. Cool. Do it. That's just like, hang on. I bonked. Please, can I get a refresh? I'm just startling that guy over and over again. I'm starting that. There's like, okay, now can I have another? Thank you. There it is. That honking, hecking, I'm not a fan of it. Right, you're gonna do that. You're gonna be like, hey, fence me! And I'm like, no. Grabs that on the way back. Have my little drones be sitting there waiting to protect me and the cargo. There we go. That's how you get through that without getting hurt. Ow! Okay, I was gonna get hurt by something. Up here. Here. Wait. Hey. Okay, where am I now? Up, right, then just up. This place. Becky's. Oh my gosh, why? Plan is left, up, right. Up, left, up, right. Right a bunch. Bye. On. Up. Take it. It's a little further up. Are you kidding me? Ah. I was close. I was really close that time. But alas, I got hit a couple of times and that did not help. Okay, with the amount of distance I've traveled here, I should probably just take a quick way back. Okay. Back to Bellheart. Okay. Okay. I almost made it. I was really freaking close. Okay, let's recover Silk. Just so I can, like, run faster and just have the defenses. Go. Have 4 bucks to start with. Yes, I broke. Okay. Okay, over here. Dang it! I hit the... No! I was doing really good. And that really good quickly turned to really bad. At least I didn't get hit there. Okay, here we go. Why'd I do that? Yep. Almost messed it up. Hey. Here. There's a bird on the freaking ceiling around here. Right there. Dab you. Right, left, up, then. Hey, there are better ways way for me to go? I could go up through the spa. Left, up, right, right. I go through the spa. Spa's less enemies, yeah. The spa also has that. Frick. I went the wrong direction anyways. Why am I going for them? It's instinct, okay? I have bloodlust. I have instinct. Ran into a wall. Okay, but that was the closest I've made it. So I am getting better. I'm almost making it. Bonk the wall. That's right there, okay. Did I bench? No, that was the start. Bloodlust, bloodlust, bloodlust. Ada! Maybe faster, just quit work. Fine. Next to an elevator anyways. Go refill my silk. I'm getting so much use out of this, out of the personal spa, that it's like, yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it grabbing it. Okay. But here, aha. Full admit that I have no idea what I'm doing. No idea how to do it. Yep. But I don't. No, I have my idea. I have my path now. I must take it. Nope, you dare start stick drifting on me. Hey. Here. Don't be hit by the fire. Go up. Nope, not that way. Up. Up. Well, now this is a practice run. With a small hope that I can make it. Yep, it's still a practice run. I only stop when everything is... when the stuff is gone. Yep, it's gone. Okay, cool. Yay, Death Warp! Yay! Woo! Oh, 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 oh! Let's go, Death Warp! Okay. Don't you dare. Hey, that went perfectly well. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Missed you. I go on the left side because the enemy's on the right. Go this way, wait for you, go across. Wait. Go. Up and over. Why do you jump, frick? Whatever. Whatever. I'm just like... I have good runs. That particular bird is not easy to take out with just like... Not easy to take out with just a bot, so frick. Just Frick. Uh... Okay. So I need to change my path to deal with that bird. And I'm getting antsy, then, like, running into the freaking, like, steam. And it's not even a somersault, come on. I'm just gonna do it. I'm not even gonna recharge. Okay. Thrasher, got it. On the right side to avoid the enemy. I missed it. Frick. Okay. Have to wait for another cycle. Hey. More important to avoid being hit than it is to be fast, but I still have to be fairly fast. Yeah, okay. Go, avoided the flames, perfect. No! That was... I mean, at least that wasn't much, but come on. I haven't made that mistake before. Frick. Oh, wait, hang on. There we go. And that avoids the birds nicely. Okay, we have like half of the package health left. Oh my gosh, come on, just come on, I can do this. Yes, I just go right. Do the spa. Gotta just go up and to the right. Over here. Wait, no, is it up or was it? I forget. Frick, it's over here. Sir, I'm bringing ingredients for the dish. At last, my master is really great for hire. Let's see what we can bring. All of them. Oh, is this the rasher of a courier? Tied up tight. I can see his fat still dripping fresh. Pickled muck maggots, such so that banished chef's recipe outlived them after all. Not so, sir. I claim the maggot from the shelf themselves. Their brutish work continued, even with their shell claimed by cursed thread. Incredible! Bugs so devout they could cook with mine and expunge. Citadel was far too hasty to expel such brilliance. The nectar, to think such an aged extract still exists. What an exquisite tragedy that I cannot taste it myself. My master must have every drop. This stew of mossberries stirred thick. God, it shall form the base one set in mold. A crust nut still and dull, you'll be thinking. Yes, but ground to finest powder, that's when its tart taste blooms. With this I fulfill my promise, sir. The ingredients have all been delivered. I trust now the milk can be made and the oil awarded for my efforts. You'll have your oil. Well, firstly, learn some patience. The dish must be prepared perfectly, enough to rouse my master and see them sated. Now permit me to work my skill, and you'll stand to see a meal of scent and taste that would dazzle Farloom in her prime. I did it. Heck. That's frick. Oh, it's gelatin. Okay. Taste, smell, texture. It is done. Meal to rival Farloom's finest. Mighty master, how long you have waited to set your jaw upon so perfect a dish? Join us and dine. I'm waiting to just see a skeleton. Oh, what the frick? Don't be a boss. Don't be a boss. Don't be a boss. Please don't be a boss. I just retested for the Yay! I got an achievement for that. Master seems satisfied, sir. It is time you gave what was promised. Yes, it has been done. Made and served. The dish to match my master's refined desires. Hill trifle is yours. Take it or leave. My master needs time to reflect, and I must ponder on flavors anew. What the heck? Much eat good! Oh, glorious master. Eat. Your holy shining gaze. Much eat good. It tastes so refined. Food, meat, much. So majestic, so mighty. Eat, feed. You are the best of us. Okay. I did it. It's freaking a courier rasher. I was not a fan of the courier rasher. That was. I did the quest though. I did it. I did it. Now. I go back to Bellheart. I get the upgrade with that the pill oil allows me to have, which is more like basically like damage up. It's pretty darn good actually. And then I fight Erica? close to 100% in this game. I feel it. I feel it. Dang. But, I mean, I should probably finish off stream. Because, like, I just looked and I'm about to hit the 8-hour, like, advertisement mark. And I'm like, yeah, that's a sign I should be done. I gotta finish this first, though. Just efforts.
Buenera.
I have our oil pinmaster. Its acquisition was no small task, but if it aids my blade, those challenges will be well rewarded. Even more oil, what preposterous luck! The unseen gift, in quantity inherent, discovered by a single bug. Would you pass the oil, traveler, and perhaps a few rosaries for your ongoing effort allows pinmaster to gain work.
Alama.
Ad break. I'm delaying you. I will see this done before the stream is done. The stream is not finishing before I'm done. That reaction. I feel just, you felt that resignation. I am doing this fast. I'm speedrunning the deaths of those two bugs so fast. And now... Not quite enough, isn't it? It was 480. I think it was 480. Okay. Should be enough. Okay, game. Are we good yet? Please. Hi. Sharpen. It was 450. Hola. Still sharpened. Well done. What miracle work again upon steel so fine? Few pins left in Farlam could attain such a sheen. Must tell me, traveler, wherever did you come upon so splendid weapon? Later was a gift given by a noble tribe of my homeland. They forged the strongest steel, though it was rarely seen beyond their hive. That tribe is now long past, and with them the secrets to their craft. Ah, if they are gone, it's a rarer piece than would be cast. But what grand luck for this humble pinmaster to have worked with such a weapon. Oh my gosh, look at that sheen. Oh, you can see the hive still on it. Highly refined blade reveals this hive steel banding. Hive steel. Thank you all so much for watching. Heck. Oh, I'm so close to the end of this game. I'm just like, how much more do I have to go? Like, I've been knocking out like what feels like last things you do for a little bit. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. I'm gonna raid out the friend who said, like, I see a notification that says it's birthday, and I'm like, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Raid for someone's birthday. Yay! So, thank you guys for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing something silly could happen. Like on Sunday, where I'm going to do another Game Switch show, and it's going to be awesome! Ah! Anyways, here's the raid message. Make sure to copy it and paste it. Thank you so much for watching. It means a lot to me. Anyways, go, go, go! Ow, ow, ow! Wow.